location data from the other side. So it seems that you are taking this seriously after all. Wonderful. You're of kings, Nanaue. Wasting your time on this earth with these people? You're above all this. Yours is a refined destiny. Press our plant before it's fully grown. Destroy it if you must. Your Batman was formidable. Even I couldn't strip away his sense of self-reliance. His skills, devoid of such a stunning ego, will go far. Scan growth within acceptable parameters. Keep on them. You've done it, Task Force X. You've made being an annoyance a combat strategy. You were never a match for my warriors. This was inevitable. Feel hack poking around in there. I hope you like what you find. It appears our god has a mortal wound. How ironic. Phased units. Protocol divide and conquer. Target that minor plant. You can't hide behind a fast-mutating plant biomass forever. Now to deal with all this loathsome earth. Green. I'm interested to see how long your primitive technology can keep those people alive now. You can't resist introducing chaos into an ordered takeover. Oh, Task Force X. I'm afraid your comrade is thoroughly cooked. You've succeeded in your little display. Scurry back to your world while you can. My warriors were created to serve me. Eked out another victory. But your long-term chances... Oh, not promising. How far you've come, From robbing convenience stores to robbing my planetary research. Without the speedfalls to propel you, you're nothing, Harkness. All I need is the correct sequence of variables, Task Force X. Next time, I'll be expecting you when the next facilities are phased across. Sorry, Task Force X, but with this next terminal, you'll be hopelessly locked out. The construct shielding on my units is a little above your level. Actually, a lot. Admit it, Task Force X. You've returned because you're fascinated with me. Obsessed, even. Understandable. For the setbacks you've caused me. I'll make you even more pliant than I did your Justice League. Always jamming my signals, never creating any of your own. I'm not usually sentimental, Nanaue, but if you reject integration, perhaps I will keep your jaws above my mantle. An annoying setback. I'll give you that. You know as well as I do, Digger Harkness, that it's a fluke you've come this far. Failing upward. Last chance to join the winning team. You want to be a leader so badly, don't you? You want a title worthy of respect. I could give that to you, Lawton. The way forward is with me. Sudden death. Kill an opponent or lose the round. I'm waiting, and yet, given time, that single incubator could replace every fallen unit. I've yet to settle on which experimental state I'll terraform your Earth into. Any requests? That's where you belong. Prostrate amongst the rubble. Smell the flowers while you can. Go ahead. Ingest the invasive microbes. That was my terminal. Don't lose any others. I'll factor your evasive patterns into my next attack, Task Force X. I won't stand for any interruption of my data-gathering operations, directing all reinforcements at the Earthlings. Deal with them. I modified this Kryptonian thunderclap. Feedback is greatly appreciated. One of my towers is looking right at you, Task Force X. Are you trying to get caught? I won't pretend you wasted your time. You've added seconds to your world's stay of execution. You're capable of such ferocity, Quinzel. What a waste. Boomerang's come undone. End him quickly, for all our sakes. Well played, Task Force X. You've accomplished nothing, of course. But congratulations on yet another frivolous display of violence. Full removal of the plant's DNA is within reach. New sequence. Dodge this, Earthlings. Warriors, die for the glory of Kolu. And for me. Units, our shark foe is as defenseless as the Earthlings. Why not leave this world behind and start anew? I can provide an army fit for a queen such as yourself. This world's what I make it, Earthlings. And I've made it to kill you. If you've stolen my plans for experimentation on you for a warning, they're a little off the wall. The shark's down. All nearby units, reduce him to chum. They've taken your lead. Wrest it back. This is how it was always going to end for you, Lawton. Tyrant is such a strong word, isn't it? I prefer visionary. And for you, collaborator. I know how much you value your freedom. Each round has 2 phases. In the first, you fight my warriors. In the second, your dimensional pretenders. Block my scan all you like, Task Force X. We will still find you. Getting too big for your boots, Task Force X? 2 can play at that. I'll admit, you have my attention. If only to examine the frankly baffling bond that's formed in your so-called squad. Task Force X seem to think they can abscond with my terminal. Prove them wrong. Nothing to say, Harkness. Well, there's a first time for everything. I see if there's one thing you have in spades, it's not knowing when you're outmatched. Statistically speaking, your streak couldn't last forever. Only Kolu lasts forever. We'll have to purge that captured Terminaut after detailed analysis. You live to fight another day, Captain Boomerang. Try not to disappoint this time. Clever. You've exposed its vulnerable points. Make those Earthlings answer for their theft. And recover that terminal. Your abject failure will be but a footnote in my story. Suppress and integrate the plant growths. Attack on multiple fronts. Your group dynamic is proving difficult to predict. Even for yourselves, I think. You're like children play fighting in a sandbox, unaware of the world beyond. You've won very little today. There's nothing more boring than oblivion, Harley. Remember that if you continue to resist me. The human view of the universe is so primitive. Don't you understand that mortality is a concept for lesser minds? I am infinite. I'll use your aptitude for destruction to break your former allies. Haven't you realized that bringing the fight to them does not always work out? Yes, it seems I will have to oversee your subjugation directly. Really? To see one moment in a single dimension as a victory. Hack, is it? I find your code fascinating. Why don't you come and work for a superior intelligence? That's my terminal you're facing over, Hack. More constructs! The ring is new to me, but the power, very familiar. Task Force X is down by 2. An effective deployment of my beam. One less infiltration into my network. It's time to shorten your odds. Do you seriously think pilfering resources from me will help you win? I've done the calculations, and there's really no chance. Oh, I have someone special looking for you this time. Sometimes a swift end is a merciful one, Boomerang. Oh well, I will not let your insolent interference disrupt my schedule. Enjoy this win while you can, Task Force X. There are plenty of other humans still waiting for what I offer them. There's a bomb in your head, Harley. You're delaying the inevitable. Units, if Task Force X makes it inside, I will disassemble you as painfully as possible. And I'm very thorough. My projections predicted something akin to this. I never intended to experience it. In time, I won't need this Earth for Terminaut production. It will be a new Kolu. Savage, Dr. Frias. I can hear them in there, crying for help. If my army finds them first, I promise to take away their fear. Your moments from meeting Quinn's Joker. Give him my regards. No matter your successes, I have patience and an unyielding army. Yet another hiding human. Good thing I'm not easily offended. All forces, I want that jammer disabled. I've fired my beam. 3 of your friends are down. Why are you still fighting? I'm intrigued. What is it you think you're fighting for? Each other? How saccharine. Dispatch the assassin, quickly. He's making you look weak. This area is a building block of New Kolu, and I expect it to be defended as such. I won't forget this. I have a consciousness construct specifically for grudges. Enjoy your simple neurotransmitters, firing their simple signals. An impressive lead, I admit. But can you hold it? What are you idiots doing down there? They're too close. Green Lantern's military training is put to far better use, spread amongst legions. My legions. Always good to get out and move around. The cold does metaphorically get to one. Come out, wherever you are. Now your head is in the game, Joker. If only you were running towards the right goal. Warriors, Strike Boomerang before his shield rebounds. Deploy the swarm. Ah, Suicide Squad. How resourceful you're proving. But didn't I tell you that I make the rules? You see, I have so brittle, you Earthlings. How swiftly you crumble. I'm not unprepared for you. Come, if you will. And I will undo you before I undo the rest of your world. Keep running. Any damage you've done, I can repair. Anything you've taken, I will recover when I integrate your world. Excellent. The tornado proved as devastating as I planned. You've chosen your graveyard. Soon, my units will oblige you. Your masters could learn all of this so much faster by just accepting a terminal interface. Go ahead. Fire on the vulnerable point. Let's see how it plays out. Prolonging the game, I see. I don't want to sound unwelcoming, Task Force X, but that's far enough. A cry for help, or another quip? What will it be, Joker? On the next Earth I invade, I'll have fully reviewed my network security. A fractional underestimation of your weapon strength. Radios? I'm speaking directly into your mind. Recover that stolen terminal. Protect the secrets of New Kolu. Those Earthlings belong in my network. In time, you will understand why. Tell me, after your kingdom was taken from you, was this the company you intended to keep? Taking orders from those who don't understand you? Come now, Nanawe. You're improving at your little war games. Good, good. I want you to improve. You certainly seem to lose your shield a lot, Harley. Nanawe. Would you like to know how ancient Lemuria fell? I see all the training paid off, Dr. Frios. Quinzel, how many times can you be left unprotected? I'm giving you, as you primitives would say, a sporting chance. You know, I'm considered quite an innovator in the terraforming space. But I wouldn't expect you to understand. All forces, you're now in an active microwave emitter area. Task Force X, stay where you are. All in time, Task Force X. I will outlast your minor successes. I have crossed the multiverse, collected worlds. You, leaping between dimensionally twin cities, doesn't impress me. I'll find the Earthling who made this jammer and convert them to protein rations. Or enlist them. I haven't decided yet. Don't stop now, Lawson. You're generating combat data of the highest caliber. Conquer that outlying plant. It's part of her ecosystem. Nanawe's combat superiority is impressive. I will make it mine. Such disregard for biomechanical expertise. It's a shame to see you underperforming, Lawton. Of all Waller's toy soldiers, I didn't think you'd be the one to embarrass yourself. I committed a whole cycle of my attention to this. Remove them. You once killed a target from a mile away, Lawton. What if I had the enhancements to let you kill from a continent away? Despite its size, I'm not invested in this unit's survival. Even with these powers in a weakened state, you're no match for me. They're back. With their Prometheum shield. All forces, clear those Earthlings from my world. I'll take that drone back, if you please. Is this thrilling, Harley Quinn? To be defenseless on the battlefield? Again and again, you outrun the probability of your demise. It's a conundrum I will enjoy undoing. So you located another of my dimensions. I'm reminded of a saying about infinite Kaluan dogs and computing cycles. You'll find I guard my anomaly collection quite jealously. She has a connection to this infant plant, yes? Let's test the theory. A paltry accomplishment. A display of advanced tool use by primitive intellects. Disturbing. The main plant can be overwhelmed, so overwhelm it. Direct assault. You thought you could evade my units? They're eager to prove you wrong. If you want to inspect my facilities, I've sent a welcoming committee. What you call reality, I call a potential weapon. Your skill outstrips that of your squad, Freeze. But we both knew that. Do not panic, units. Deadshot remains the only legitimate threat. What use are these hacks when my network is so vast and your intellect so... Keep fighting, Task Force X. I'll keep sending more warriors. Do stop struggling. It's very undignified. All I want is to terraform your planet in relative peace. The losses mean nothing, but the time debt. That galls me. That vehicle won't last very long against my swarms. My domain, my rules, your graveyard. Good luck, unit. You earned your infusion.
You're very interested in my satellite network. Any last words you'd like to pass on to future dimensions?
Can't leave anyone behind. They'll be missing out on being connected to the bigger picture.
All lantern-infused units. Creation of unapproved constructs will result in severe reprimands. All forces. Remind the Earthlings their bodies are as easily disrupted as their planet's climate.
When the microwave emitter is online, you'll see the power of Kaluan intellect made real. The weak point is retracted. Prevent those Earthlings from exposing it again.
Freeze calls for aid. But I wonder, would she come to yours? I'll take pleasure in squeezing out your last breath. Joker's murderous intent is almost entertaining. Almost.
Challenging my forces and my technology stacks the probabilities against you.
I do so love testing my experiments on live subjects. You just can't get this quality of data from simulations. You can't hide forever. Nor can you even hide briefly. You're just not cut out for it. Drop Harkness before he runs circles around you all. Honestly, I expected more from you, Dr. Frias.
Harm the weapon. Destroy it. I'll just send more. Task Force X. Aren't you a little too analog for this kind of task?
I don't blame you for your deficiencies, Harkness. It's your unwillingness to grow that disappoints.
So you've detected the location of my data vault, Earthlings. Are you coming for me?
Joker seems determined to die by my hand. My warriors, you really should oblige him.
I will always answer when your pride comes calling. If only to show you how misinformed you are.
How many conquered Earths must you see to appreciate your futility, Suicide Squad? 4? 5? The magic 10?
To my new rooftop defensive unit. Scan for those Earthlings. Integrate them or eliminate them.
Moments from annihilation, yet so very far from home. The shield is looking a bit moth-eaten. Time for a few repairs. What's the phrase? It takes one to know one. I could, of course, ensure you never hear anything ever again.
Your breach is taking quite some time, isn't it? I overcame your Earth's whole electronic security in minutes.
I never tire of watching the Joker perish. Please bring him back for me once more.
Your primitive tools versus my technology. Are you not a bit embarrassed? Lawton is at peak performance. Units, I'm hoping to see a sharp drop.
Another resistor has come tumbling down. See that they don't regain their footing.
Ah, the scanners have found another. Lovely.
You can't trust anything, Task Force X. Not even reality. I control it. Lesser intellects might categorize your efforts as admirable.
My biosynthetic invasion will not be slowed by herbal remedies.
Such a shame, Joker. I was eagerly awaiting the punchline. But ultimately, what have you achieved?
Your trail of destruction is still inventive. Keep it up. There's nothing worse than bland data points. Give me a data stream from that new rooftop combat group. Well, you tried. As a reward, I might graft you into one of these weapons.
Ah, so this is the combustion reaction I was warned of. That little plant child certainly is a menace. Well done, Suicide Squad. Your particular brand of chaos may have won you this battle, but the war is far from over. Only seconds remain. How will you four spend them? I take it you're not here for a demonstration. Pity. Boomerang can't stand on his own 2 feet. No wonder you endure his meddling, Earthlings. You know how many physical copies I have. Why go on? Aren't you tired? Mistreated? This type of long game is too much for you overworked few.
Look at you, celebrating. Just heaving waste at each other like so many apes.
Simple, brutal, and efficient.
The insurgents are mocking New Kolu, and new units allow it. More than half gone at once. What bad luck.
How beautifully deadly Nanawe is when he gives in to his instincts. Warriors, I expect you to hold the next tower. I expected you to hold that one also.
Attention, new rooftop forces. I want 0 Earthlings in my airspace.
What have you accomplished? Prolonging the terror and suffering of a small, insignificant group of humans. Let's liven things up with an orbital strike. I don't hear you laughing anymore, Harley Quinn. So much power. I'm going to enjoy introducing you to it. The assassin is down. Don't let him get back up. I anticipated your actions and prepared this response. Are your actions calculated or pathological, Joker? Perhaps both. Establish rooftop defenses. Be my eyes, warriors. A pathetic attempt to throw off my forces. This was not a trivial matter. However, there's no reclaiming this Earth. Withdrawing into yourself won't work. You must branch out. Connect. You're sensitive, I know. Which is why I'm offering you the chance to do away with those pesky emotions. We don't believe in empaths here. How have they made it this far? They're not the greatest minds in this sector. You don't need to impress me with your antics, Harley Quinn. I've made my threat assessment. I see you're in the lead. Can you prove it's not an anomaly? They have explosives. Remove them before they damage the terraformer. A warning, Task Force X. I'm deploying artillery just for you. When I've defeated you, I'm coming for your information networks. It seems you no longer have the lead. All units. They've overcome the tower, but they won't get further, will they? Integration is painless, Task Force X. The initial adaptive sensations are quickly suppressed by enhanced neural patterns. You Earthlings might call it a rush. King Shark, eh? You chose to trust humans, and it led to your tragic demise. Hope springs eternal. Such a pedestrian concept. I can't say I approve of it wasting energy cells in its rage, but unfortunately, the damage you did to the cache means your integration will be quite protracted. Units, be wary of the shark. He's cut his teeth on countless of your brethren in this fight. Now that you've been blasted into submission, shall we start over? My studies of Joker had stagnated, but exposing him to other anomalies, an interesting development. See, Harley? You can do so much more than merely survive if you put your mind to it. Excellent. They gave their lives for the greater good. Mine. Tell me this, Dr. Quinzel. Who of your team can you speak to as equals? You're a woman of intellect. I have broken down your defenses, Dr. Frias. Submit. Reassessing the probable outcomes of this attack. Harley's calling for you, Task Force X. I won't tell a soul if you pretend not to hear her. How pragmatic. Just know that I would be happy to provide a troop worthy of your potential. You're growing outsized for your station, Captain Boomerang. Would it not be easier to simply give in, humans? Become a part of something greater than yourselves. What a restricted outlook. Well, I suppose you'll always be the king of Bell Rev Penitentiary. Oh, don't get up. No, really. Don't. Associating with people who care nothing for you is a dead end, Task Force X. I appreciate your place in my design. Joker's defenses are crushed, all according to plan. Don't mistake me sending these machines as obliging your destructive habits. You've taken something of mine, and I'm going to take everything of yours. Mark my words, Earthlings. What do you even hope to gain from my data? I already analyzed all your worlds. I don't care for it. The dying shark laments, unsure if anyone will heed his call. The Terran animal kingdom is so cruel. Without me, you'll be remembered for what you are, Nanawe. Deposed ruler of a shallow little puddle. How tragic. You are persistent, Task Force X. That makes for good simulation data. It would be a shame if the volume of information burst your heads like Kaluan grapes. Wouldn't it? While I was only giving you more leash, Nanawe, I want to cut you loose. Let you use your teeth. Allow you to kill. My ship will wipe all trace of you from this doomed world. An intimidating weapon. Sure you can handle it, Task Force X? Goodbye, poor unfortunate Earthling. Your 3 colleagues will join you soon. Each moment is data gathered, all contributing to a future victory. These interruptions. Is your aim to slow my network's speed, like your Earth internet providers? I want the terraforming process to continue on schedule, unsullied by Earthlings. Second chances are wasted on you, Harkness. Wouldn't you agree? You're a born and bred hunter, Lawton. Your prey should be those who resist New Kolu. We're narrowing in on your horrid little conveyance's location, Task Force X. Expendable units, the lot of them. You, however,
have only made things more difficult for yourselves. This Earth's architecture and plant life are equally distasteful. And on the way out, you've defeated them. Find Colonel Flagg and eliminate him as well. The best clown on the battlefield is still just a clown, Quinzel. Units, high clown threat. You've tested your mettle. I've adjusted my stratagem. It sounds like we'll both be more prepared for our next tete-a-tete. Elimination round. Die and you're removed from the equation. It's good of you all to gather yourselves together. It will make integration easier. They've certainly taught you comedy. I'll make sure to remedy that. One day, I'm going to reduce your flesh and bones to dust, and I will eat that dust. Every desiccated mouthful. Perhaps there's something to this strategy. You did defeat an entire Kryptonian. This isn't over, Task Force X. There are still several possible failure states for you. Ah, that's the sound of a focused microwave emitter about to come online. You ignoramus, I'm offering you the universe. I've already run the scenarios for you confronting my fourth iteration. Let's see how reality matches up. One terminal left for you. And yet I do not let go of my property easily. You're vulnerable, Freeze. And I don't just mean emotionally. Activating direct network connection to ground units. Not to concern you for, but I seem to have unleashed some aerial minds. A sense of pride can be a heady thing after a victory. Don't succumb to hubris now, Task Force X. Still trying to get around my network. I see everything. Should have stayed on your little rock, Harkness. You came so far to die here. Nice of you to finally let those defenses down, Freeze. I can personally ensure you'll never be trapped in a tank again, Nanawe. All the space in the multiverse, just for you. I never tire of requiring more combat research. What is it you Earthlings say? Grist for the mill. I've gathered comprehensive data on your Earth for my collection. Call it a history museum. The shark is calling you away from your orders. What will prevail? Your dedication or your guilt? Let's see how you fare against this. I either stop your rogue biomass here or unclog the terraformers later. Move closer to the light of synthesis, Harkness. It beckons. Another network attack. Humans and their hardwired behavior loops. Eliminate the resistors. Or at the very least, explain to them the intricacies of terraforming. Sudden death. It's kill or be killed. Take the round or lose it. Redouble your efforts. They're evading us somehow. We're hemming in your little expedition. Can you feel it? What do your masters hope to do with my data? Wield it against me? Have they even told... Attention all units. Boomerang is here. Attack him first, so the biggest and strongest has fallen. Which of you plans to take his place? Try to be less predictable, Deadshot. Consider how very boring this must be for me. Task Force X. Shall we see which reality breeds the strongest anomalies? Soon the emitter will be ready, and these insurgents will be no more. It seems you're going to need that favor. Study us, Task Force X. You'll see you can't stop New Kolu. There now. That's better. Do try to learn something, Earthlings. We are all malleable matter. Kaluan matter is simply more significant. My forces have secured and fortified a nearby rooftop, deploying repair drones and biomatter recycling teams. It'll be weeks cleaning up the damage those Earthlings have done. A phase begins. Exterminate these units to earn my favor. Potential to enter an infinite loop of destroying and regenerating crystals. Interesting. Totter along in the ashes of this world, Task Force X. You too will be scattered amongst it soon enough. What you lack in subtlety, you make up for in sheer cheek. Tower silenced. You've really set your minds on this, haven't you? There is a point beyond which fearlessness becomes stupidity. If only your tiny brains could understand the simple pleasure of reshaping a planet in one's image. Let's shake things up a little. More constructs. This is how you thought to beat me. I may chuckle about this later. I know what makes you tick, Harley. You can't sit still. It's your superpower in a way. You are a problem my facilities here work diligently to solve. This Earth will soon be many things, glorious things. Among them, your tomb. To destroy you with my mind. Oh, did I say mind? I meant mine. Your squad does seem to value its weakest link, Harkness. Thank you for recovering my terminal, warriors. The less-than-great hunter is open to the elements. Units, proceed. Mongol thought too small with his dreary little planetoid. Creating interdimensional rifts makes for much more interesting odds. A surprise attack. The surprise is, I'm certain you're not following any plan. Preparing to sterilize the area. All forces continue fighting. A harsh blow, losing 2 of your own. Perhaps you should stop now. Each Earth rallies different metahuman powers, never changing the outcome. Cover your ears, Task Force X. Task Force X, right on cue. Do your worst. I'm a little preoccupied. Space-time stuff. It's beyond you. Harkness is actually posing a threat with those things. Don't be too hard on yourselves, Task Force X. Your forebears fared just as poorly. Units, disarm Harkness before he embarrasses you further. My warriors, I can scarcely believe Boomerang is the greatest threat. But I have the statistics. Not even I could have expected such an outcome. Lawton's building quite the advantage. Shoot him down. You've proven to be worthy adversaries after all. I welcome the battles to come. Deadshot, I can't wait to pluck these devious skills from your mind and put them to real use. Your final contribution to my studies of this Earth's resistance. Units, Lawton's overpowering you by a considerable margin. The Earthlings' ingenuity is only eclipsed by their obnoxiousness. One eliminated by my beam. Waller does not deserve you, Harley. Your chaos needs a guiding hand with vision. Do something, Task Force X. My forces are about to phase that terminal back. I assume you'll say being defenseless is some new gag of yours, Joker. These destructive capabilities are most pleasing. Stay alert. The Earthlings will try to regain control of that terminal. A heads up. I've engaged a new firing sequence. Only 2 down. By all means, keep going. Initiating microwave emitter firing sequence. Bring the assassin down. It shouldn't be this hard. Boomerang. A personality only a mother could love. But she didn't, did she? And so, here you are. I could end all of the humiliation. You better hurry, Task Force X. Dead fish don't keep. No different to a blown fuse in your woeful technology. You attempted to steal my data, and now you have become my data. My Kryptonian powers have their limits. I'll be back, momentarily. Luckily there are more where those came from. Your performance is abysmal, by the way. I could have bested you with my intellect alone, of course. I will recalculate. Your advantage will not stand. Strike engaged. Why not embrace oblivion? You're tenacious. But this is a massive living weapon. Now deal with the main biomass and unseat that child. Units, I still need their bodies. No launching them from the cannon. I'm afraid your intrepid journalist, Miss Lane, is correct. This is all so much bigger than you. There are only 3 of you left. Turn off the jammer, run away. Crush them. I'm growing weary of their antics and their smug little faces. Now, this is something a little special for you, Task Force X. Prepare for combat. In 3, 2... I selected and archived the best Kolu had to offer and created a vessel to hold it. You, my ship. An ark to an eternal Kolu. Don't wander too close to that heavily fortified rooftop, Task Force X. They'll shoot to kill. My force's survival window is closing. Unfortunate. To die among the ashes of an Earth not your own. In a way, it must be aspirational for you. Apparently Task Force X just wanted that terminal more. Excellent. The shield network repopulates. Incubator shield levels have spiked. Now gone. I see. A regrettable yet avoidable loss of Kaluan technology. I understand you better than you think, Harley. Universes and time ago, my peers thought me mad. Tried to contain me. Floyd Lawton, you must be in considerable pain. Dally too long and my Terminauts will find those humans. Better get going. The clock is ticking. A plasma beam should bring a little more order to your chaos. Please do continue barreling towards your inevitable demise, Task Force X. Success is earned. You must widen your lead. All units, observe a picosecond of remembrance for your brethren's failures. I must recharge these Kryptonian powers. Annoying, but necessary. Your insurgency is irritation enough, without this disgusting Earth plant life. How terribly sad for you. Ship, activate scouring beam. I do enjoy stirring the pot with lasers. Defensive measures reactivated. Don't let those Earthlings re-expose the weak point. Units, Dr. Frias is running rings around you. You cannot affect my army's morale. It only knows relentless self-sufficiency. Prinzial is making a spectacle of herself. Put an end to it, units. I have forces securing the higher ground. Such chaos. Send the Joker to meet his predecessor. I think your Colonel Flag is simply jealous of this installation. Earthling men are like that. A Terminaut has transformed into a bomber. It's beautiful, really. You enjoy chaos, don't you? Let's introduce a little chaos. Units, Kaluan technology is more valuable than all of you combined. Do not let the resistors sabotage it. Fighting so hard for such a pitiful measure. Your victory must taste bittersweet. Your Prometheum shield won't protect you any longer, Task Force X. Despite everything, my offer of immortality holds. You'll spend it in indescribable pain, but why quibble over details? Feeling overwhelmed? Bypassing the shield and the armor, Task Force X. An advanced display of tool use. Excellent performance, my warriors. Onwards to the next war front. 2 iterations defeated, yes. But numerically, even you must understand, the advantage remains mine. Why are you resisting, Boomerang? Stand still and we can negotiate. No. It worked on your Justice League. Listen, my warriors. That is the sound of baser intellects at work. Data, data, data. I must have more data. Are you ready to submit? Data cache compromised. Investigate and expect it to be those 4. Attention. The insurgents have seized the data cache. Reclaim it. One less for me. How tragic. Unfortunate. You could have been so much more, Nanawe. So self-absorbed, Floyd Lawton. Even with your progeny to look after, you can't help but preen over your own legend. Initiate new firing sequence. An all-unit update. If they delay New Kolu by even a moment, I'll liquefy you all. It's only a matter of finding the specific combat variables to defeat you. It seems their time is up. Crush the Earthlings. Cleanse this world. My forces will simply recover those terminals and stamp you out, Task Force X. This is what happens when you overinvest in attacking, Lawton. You can't defend. Your ability to overcome my systems will plateau. As a professional, I'm sure you're already aware your heart rate is alarmingly fast, Dr. Frias. You have honed your skills since I put you in stasis, Joker. Ever the thorn in my side. You'll have a place in my collection, but not the one I offered. Caution all forces. Preparing microwave emitter firing sequence. You think a burst of noise will throw off my ship's systems? Skitter back into your dank little hole, Earthlings. We all know your extermination is inevitable. You see, I can offer a world remade in your image. I would have sown your genetic legacy across the cosmos. I still might. A round in your favor. The beam is seeking out targets. Objective lost. Secure any remaining terminals. The miniature plant is no less offensive than its parent. Crush it. Not a single Earthling dead. I'll have to revise my calculations, Task Force X. Now you'll respect my privacy. In fact, you're going to enforce it. As I knew it would be. None of you stood a chance against the force of me. My predictions for you aren't promising. That was an unexpected redirection of my power. Your defense will break. And I will phase facilities into every city. Tell me, Nanawe, what is your favorite part of this world? Joker's making a threat of himself. Units, take him off the board. Local units, protect the regenerated crystals. Whatever minor victory you've won, Earthlings, this new Kolu stands strong. Enough of the gimmicks.
Clearly, Kaluan technology is superior.
Another successful evasion of my microwave emitter. Well done.
Elite troops. Why don't you give Task Force X a reality check? Come, Task Force X. Give defeating a collector of worlds the old college try.
You keep coming back, Earthlings. I'm starting to think you might be a little too interested in New Kolu.
Oh, please keep coming, Task Force X. Your endless chatter is truly music to terraform to. You always stood out from the rest, Holly. I've studied many anomalies, but none as enigmatic as you. I do so love a closely contested battle, but not when I'm personally involved.
Task Force X, delivering yourselves to a terminal facility does expedite matters. Do you think I can just create these? Do you think I have a self-replicating network dedicated to it? Because I do. My warriors, have you detected that Prometheum shield? The Earthlings have returned. I suspect we may see an escalation in their tactics.
I'm glad to see you've dropped your other half, Harley. You were always meant to be a solo act. The Joker planetary seed was my fourth iteration's idea. He was what you Earthlings would call a disruptor.
A new destroyer has been created. Let's see what it can do.
Such a ragtag little band you've assembled to fight me. It's heartening you can overlook all the narcissistic tendencies.
All forces, investigate Task Force X's ruse. Kill whoever they were hiding. Is this all humans can do? Hide and wait for their demise? Have I introduced you to my deadly security walls? 3 opponents remain.
Lawton, is this what you wanted? To have your little friends cleaning up your mistakes? It's only a matter of time now. You'll all be trophies on the mantle of my ambition, registering pain spikes in the weapon's local network.
Don't forget about your comrades on the bus.
These Kryptonian powers have endless applications. Listen now, I don't envy your kind its sentiment. Watching as your world dies around you must make you feel so vulnerable. If it's carnage you want, Harley, I can provide it for you endlessly. You will die. All of you. You Earthlings simply can't be trusted with these explosives. I'm doing you a favor, really. We'll have time to get better acquainted, Deadshot. I'm allowing the game to continue. For now.
Unfortunate. You were this close to gaining what you needed, Earthlings.
There's something so soothing about watching a planet churned and bloodied, like so much ground meat.
It's all a process of elimination. A process of your elimination. You're almost a formidable opponent, Hack. It's actually thrilling.
In what world do you make it back to the portal, Task Force X? Certainly not this one.
Oh, Task Force X. How you dance around the probability of your own demise.
No peaceful rest in a pod for you, Dr. Frias.
I don't play favorites with my creations, so I won't hold this against you after you've succumbed.
I grow weary of our dance.
Let's all applaud Hack, the hardest working digital presence on this earth.
I've seen how this ends, on other worlds, for other Harleys. It doesn't have to be this way. You might think wind would be less combustible. And yet, I'm trying to show you a kindness. This Joker is a putrid element. I haven't underestimated you, Task Force X. So don't stop now. You'll skew my results.
Elimination round. I'm eager to never see some of you again.
I'm offering you a greater reality than this, Harkness. All your wildest desires. Even more than unlimited tinnies.
Soon the microwave emitter will be online, and you insurgents will be a distant memory.
An oversight, not factoring for the lowest common denominator. No matter, I am well secured. Brimming with resources, in fact. Here you are, Earthlings. A little company. Stealth just isn't your forte, is it, Task Force X? We're scanning you as we speak. Win 2 or 3 rounds, and I'll have seen enough to call the match.
Changing the firing pattern. Let's try something new. Units, swarm the large plant biomass. It is your primary target. You weren't caught in the explosion. I was hoping probability was on my side. A little competition can be exhilarating when lives other than yours are at play. Don't you think?
Units, keep your distance from Joker. His aptitude for chaos is worrisome.
Your lives are already forfeit, units. So use them for New Kolu. No matter. The remaining terminals will redistribute. I've driven entire ecologies to extinction. One more plant is nothing. How do you think this will end for you? Mathematically speaking, I have some ideas. Why not leave these other Earths to their fate, Task Force X? There's nothing there for you.
There is no saving the dream of the Kolus that once were. Only rebuilding their glory anew. In my image, of course. This isn't about empire. It's about legacy. First and foremost, I am a scientist. New Kolu is my experiment, and it must be given every possible chance of success. And who better to lead them than me? The only Kaluan who truly saw where our futures lay. Of course, my persecutors soon changed their tune when our planet was threatened, just as I predicted it would be. Despite the initial scientific reception, my terminals are perhaps my greatest achievement. My legacy. We Kaluans have always striven for greatness. Yet when I reached out to seize that greatness, I was ostracized. For who has a greater right to the multiverse than we Kaluans? And as I cannot alter time, not yet, all I can do is solve for the problem of Kolu's fall in retrospect. Really, Bruce Wayne? Your limited human body constantly outpaced by its mind. The process of integration is less painful if you permit it. Most need to be neutralized. Some I can use, on the genetic level at least. Suddenly, they looked to me for answers. And I was happy to provide them. My so-called peers dubbed my experiments on living test subjects unethical, reckless. There's always space in my archives and my laboratory. As I breached dimension after dimension, I realized the enormity of my task. After several suboptimal results and the denial of further resources, I became the first fully successful integration. How wonderfully droll. And you, John Stewart, isn't your oath to bring order to the universe? In that moment, a spark was lit. That spark was New Kolu, and I've carried it like a beacon through the multiverse. Countless Kolus lost to countless disasters, without a Kaluan of my will, my drive to rally behind. This proved pivotal. I was able to build a network that would obey my will, realize my vision for our evolution. Every conceivable upset has a contingency plan. Every potential threat to New Kolu is isolated and studied. Elements recur across the multiverse, but there are anomalies, uncertainties, generators of chaos. Some even attempted to discredit me and my discoveries. It was then I realized only I truly understood greatness. Kal-El, surely you understand the gravity of what I'm offering. You could have Krypton again. A new Krypton, built in your image. I'm making an offer to you, Justice League. As my lieutenants, I will unlock your full potential to serve me.
You know your kind share a desire to fight for the sake of fighting. Barbaric, but even to a higher mind not without appeal. How long will you resist Suicide Squad? Weeks? Months? Do think of it as a competition, with all the fallen Earths I've gathered data from. You'll never triumph over me, but can you defeat each other? So what about a little wager? A chance to prove yourselves the best of the worst in the multiverse.
Jumpy things, aren't you? I've come to record you. Your insignificance is a variant I'd like to see up close. Ship, file them in with the other Earth samples. An archive grows. You're catching on. No use in fighting. Even in this moment, you already belong to me. Citizens of Metropolis, I would ask for your ears, but I'm already in your head. Stacked atoms to be reverse engineered. You're nothing. I don't allow for. So exposed. This can't be how you plan to bow out, Harley. A shame I couldn't integrate them myself, but good leadership takes delegation. Are you sure your little minds are capable of multitasking? Did you know, Nanawe, that there's a station above godhood? They defeated all my deployed units. Uncommonly effective. You have the edge I need, Harley Quinn. An outlier that I will capture. Give up, Harley. Your best days as a human have passed.
and they shall not return. Do Waller and Luther mean to stall me? To eke out the time for some master plan? Best of luck.
Floyd Lawton, we both know that the worst torture I can inflict on you is to trap you in your own mind. And I could. It's clear you don't understand the first thing about terraforming. I can enlighten you. Endangering others to protect yourself is becoming somewhat of a calling card, Dr. Frears. Off to Lawton's aid, Task Force X? He wouldn't give you a second chance. Oh, yes, I see you're playing for keeps now. Congratulations, Task Force X. I'll simply reintegrate that data in no time. A communications jammer. Really, Task Force X, the dangers of playing with forces beyond your control. I did try to warn you.
Oh, you can't see it, can you? In our interdimensional game, you are mere moves away from checkmate.
A lesser species steals knowledge. A greater one takes possession of it, updating fire pattern on the weapon. Let Task Force X tangle with that. I won't use a facility like this for you. No. You still warrant intense study. Your fate is inconsequential, Boomerang. Live or die, your mission is doomed. Prove yourself worthy of my favor. Eliminate these units. Another round in the name of science, Dr. Frears? I come in peace, Floyd Lawton. Let's see how you fare against a home team advantage. Mere moments to create, slightly longer to destroy.
Go on, save Joker. If you need his help, you're in more danger than you think.
Yes. Crystal damage registered. For a microsecond, I thought I'd lose a terminal.
I must assume the inferiority of my other selves, based on the evidence available.
Tell me, how many terraformers do you have, Task Force X? Is it none? Harley, I've advised the artillery not to vaporize you on sight, but errors do happen. Seems I have a little readjusting to do on my designs. Running won't save you. I will not stop until all your thoughts, desires, and fears are mine. I couldn't express all the Kryptonian biological markers, of course, but I do think that unit was a good start. Can't have you Earthling resistors scrambling my communications, can I?
I've prepared a little assault course for you.
Another one? They'll be found, and all that code will be rewritten, good as new. Will the Task Force X of this dimension survive my aerial mines? I do enjoy watching my overwhelming tide break upon fragile human constructs. Task Force X evaded the emitter. Slow of intellect, but fleet of foot, those four.
Do you need more of a challenge, Nanawe? That can be arranged. Your own squad would do nicely.
You won. Then again, I expected you would. I've seen prey cower like this, long past any hope of rescue. You will not be that hope.
Brute force, snatching what isn't yours. Task Force X.
I do enjoy watching you celebrate. It brings back fond memories of all the other task forces I dissolved. So you've detected a resource cache. Is that why you're here? Typical Earthling looter behavior. You Earthlings aren't known for your speed of response, are you? It's going to take more than that, Task Force X. The doctor requires medical assistance, stat. Run! Or don't. The effects will largely be the same. Join me and you could have one of these for yourself. Sit on the barrel. Do what you like. The previous Earthlings were much quicker to accept their city's occupation. Quite adept at overcoming my shield technologies, aren't you, Task Force X? Oh, Task Force X. Every path I plot to victory, you're there to obstruct. I'm afraid I couldn't stop my ship trying to kill you, even if I wanted to. A mind of its own, really. Without coordination, Task Force X, your chances are on a downward curve. Believe it or not, I don't care for direct military action. I'm a planner. That's enough. I'm tiring of these games and you. A predictably unevolved perspective from a vulgar creature. Why do you want this Joker? I've seen his DNA, his mind. Oof, twisted and rotten. If you wondered what makes your Earth so important, I trust my ongoing search of the multiverse clears up any confusion. There's nothing. I look forward to assimilating Dr. Frears' killer instincts. Nanawe, you are the pitiful minnow talking to the jaws about to consume it. Plants do feel distress. This advanced stage of integration distresses it greatly.
anomalies wreaking havoc with my design.
You should know that my troops are now immune to your neurotoxins. I think the Earthling is a little overcooked. A quick analysis. On a long enough graph, you played right into my hands.
My construct form. I am displeased, but not disinterested by your tactics. All heavy units, crush their dreams.
Artillery terminals back in their defensive state. Too bad, Task Force X.
Harley leads. Units, if you're underestimating her, stop that.
All units, scan and claim this signature coming into range, would you? Task Force X has escaped. At least their irritating jammer is destroyed.
Cannon fodder pitted against cannon fodder. And you won. So shy, Task Force X. All this subterfuge isn't like you.
I'm declaring Deadshot the primary threat. And priority target. Your friend is down. This may be the time to rethink your strategy. You're subverting my expectations. Even more pathetic than I anticipated.
A touch overeager, Lawton. But you have my attention. Game on. There's a version of you, Harley, that would enjoy being on the other side of this. Perhaps you lost her along with your edge. Too bad.
A fraction of a fraction of a fraction saved. A rounding error. I've deployed an elite competent. Let's see how Task Force X fares now.
Signal discontinued. Am I to presume my units have been annihilated?
Take the minor plant. We must control all elements of her ecosystem.
Very well. If you're so eager to end your lives, I'm happy to facilitate.
Do you hope to develop an armor or gun that could defeat me? What are you going to do? Shoot me?
You would benefit from some individualized tutelage. Revive Harkness, will you? I hope to eliminate you all in one fell swoop. Statistically speaking, Dr. Freus presents the greatest threat.
Star Labs are ahead of their curve, aren't they? Interesting prototypes. Now to pluck them from your corpses for study.
I know how important your physical health is, Lawton. It's unfortunate that you're limited by your human body. My misstep was not overwhelming you from the outset. I'll rectify that now. Stasis is a very comfortable place for the human mind, and here you are, tearing them out of it.
Terminal phase complete. You made us work for it, Task Force X.
More than perfecting my terraforming model, I would need a perfect model of the multiverse itself.
Multitasking wasn't your strongest trait, was it? I'll address that. You stretch yourself too thin, and it provides so many opportunities. The bus, for instance.
I'm getting very tired of explaining inevitability to you four. Congratulations are in order. You've freed yourselves from your own ignorance.
Thank you for pulling your heads from the sand, Task Force X. It makes it so much easier to send my units against you in force.
Oh yes, entrusting you with a violent clown seems like an excellent idea.
Are you afraid, Task Force X? If not, I'd highly advise it.
All units, rid this world of its remaining joker immediately.
Oh, too bad.
Master my arena, Task Force X, and you master your destiny. A place in my archives. I'll put you next to Mongol.
Impressive combat performance, Lawton. You'll lead my snipers soon. Their Prometheum shields destabilized. All forces, remove those Earthlings.
It's no matter to me. I only want the strongest to survive, and I could give you more, Harkness. A flash to bury on every Earth.
The weapon is exposed. How expert you are at misusing my technology. That was your best. I made a grave miscalculation.
Spare the orbital strike, spoil the object lesson, I say.
Still riding high on the fumes of your success. What brief sparks of lives you Earthlings lead.
So much rage, Nanaue. Is this how you deal with your bottled insecurities and mental shortcomings?
Any more awful little quips before you die, Joker? I didn't think so.
Converge on that terminal. Keep Task Force X out of my networks.
I'm feeling creative. I think some fresh constructs are in order.
Know this. By the time your pitiful scientists understand my network, your cities will be silicate.
My units, you've done well eliminating the resistors. Now get them up here. I have work to do. Please, do save Quinzel.
Her incessant chatter leads me to you without fail. New firing pattern uploaded to the weapon. Just for you, Earthlings. Stop their vehicle. Stop the Earthlings. Dismember them if you have to. It won't affect my work.
Does exposure to the multiverse make your species feel insignificant? That first glimpse beyond the pet store window?
Your forces rely on primitive, natural gestation cycles. Mine do not.
Where's that characteristic brashness now, Harkness?
Leaked onto the dirt. Psychological intimidation is so important. Don't you think? Boomerang leads. Are the rest of you paralyzed? That question to my units and Task Force X. Overcome the main plant for New Kolu. Secure the plant mine. I'm disappointed in my weapon's destruction. However, it's all going according to my design. The weak point is secured, Earthlings. Try again. I take it cheap violence passes for entertainment on your world. Overwhelming force is indelicate, but sometimes necessary.
You've done it again. Yes, your minds are worthy of very invasive study. Save your own downed squad mates and wipe out the others to take the lead. Let's consider the other side of the equation now.
Could exposure to my intellect have driven you to seek more knowledge? Looking at you, no. Evolution complete. You four now have a new bomber to contend with. A happy day for New Kolu. There is no true victory in cowardice.
Remember destroying my terraformer, Task Force X? Picture it well when you're toiling endlessly on New Kolu.
Just one of you fell to my emitter. I'll get the other three of you next time.
You know as well as I, these Earthlings are not worth your trust or your trouble, Nanawe. I must recalculate the odds of your team leaving you to die, Harkness. I don't like your odds, Dr. Frias. Would you like me to run the maths for you?
Excellent work. Compost their remains and bring me that jammer for analysis. A warning, Task Force X. Those mines are quite lethal. Try not to touch. Ready for a fresh batch of warriors out for your blood. The shelters of this metropolis are only brief respites for my future flock.
So your guerrilla warfare campaign continues. Very well. Let's play it out.
One of you might get singed, Task Force X.
You honestly thought you could escape me? And I thought you were smart. Do I need a fresh shield already? How grating.
Their attack is perilously close to success. I'm releasing all aggression inhibitors. What do you hope to find, Hank? Defeat Brainiac document. The plant has been resistant, Task Force X. But you know what happens to resistors by now.
When I locate the next dimension, I'll turn your alternate selves against you. Just for fun. Well now, this must be very embarrassing for you, Lawton. You find such focus for your violent urges. I sense a kindred spirit, Nanawe. Task Force X will never unleash your true potential, Floyd Lawton. But I will.
The Earthlings are attacking the incubators ahead of schedule. Another incubator exposed by your simple problem-solving skills.
Behind all that firepower, you're still human, Floyd Lawton.
I'm afraid the data sharing today is going to be much more invasive. I've seen inside your mind, remember? You can barely explain your actions to yourself.
I'll have to step in for your caped crusader, of course. But I've made some unit alterations that may interest you. Watch the shadows. Imagine Harkness channeling all that misplaced aggression into something productive. I could make you unstoppable.
Despite ongoing setbacks, units, your task is to subdue the insurgents. I could phase in a terraformer, but I abhor overcorrection.
From simple terminaut to mighty destroyer.
Victory! Of course, there was never any doubt.
The Joker is a mad dog. I recommend euthanizing him immediately. That's quite enough playing with dreams. Let's bring this screaming back to reality.
Their progress is irking me. Stamp them out. All of the combat and daring-do aside, surely one of you must have a question about me or New Kolu. There's Nanaue there. I bet he does.
Under no circumstances shall the Earthlings escape. Hunt them down.
Such a waste of bioweapon synthesis material. But then, so are you.
This burst of freedom will be short-lived, Nanaue. My warriors will see to that.
All forces, warning that I'll be redirecting power to the vault. This is merely precautionary. They've phased a single terminal. Pathetic. Nevertheless, I want it back.
Since you're so interested in this dead Earth, why don't I make you part of it? More troopers for you to fight, Task Force X. Don't worry, I won't run out.
You live to fight another day. How good for you. Clever jammer technology. Clever will not defeat me.
Can you see it? In your mind's eye, the glory of New Kolu? Or is it all just static and pornography in there?
Emitter entering its firing sequence. All forces in the area will be sterilized.
I see. That's how it is. Very well.
The perennial loser appears to be winning. Units, make this moment for Harkness his last.
A cry for help? And I thought Quinzel had finally become independent. Task Force X, do I detect jealousy at the attention I gave my Joker? Did you hope to be my special anomalies?
I will cut this war of attrition short, Task Force X. Get used to this climate. Your Earth will be in processing soon enough.
Task Force X, if there's one thing I care for more than terraforming, it's integrating you with extreme prejudice. You don't want to end up back where you started, do you, Boomerang? A trailer, poverty, crying children. The shark's been neutralized. This fight is as good as over.
Cute. It will take more than that to dissuade my units. You think the loss of this data needles me, Task Force X? After the loss of my world.
Not the most impressive Joker defeat I've seen, but I'll take it.
Let the mines keep our skies clear.
Copy consciousness. Review the lethality of my weapon platforms, would you? I have some invasion parameters to tweak. One moment.
And that's how you clear Earthlings from your network.
You're playing a dangerous game, Task Force X, but proceed.
Earthlings are close to seizing my terminal. Do not let them.
I would almost admire your stick-to-itiveness, were it not the product of the basest neurology. Dear, dear, what would Nora think of your performance?
In time, I will crystallize your whole world.
These tests will only strengthen my parameters. Next time, I'll be ready. My intelligence is more evolved than yours can ever hope to be, Task Force X. I know what you're doing, and it will not work. Not to demoralize you, but I have the resources of so many more conquered worlds to call upon.
You failed me, my warriors. Don't do it again.
This occurs naturally on your Earths. Who comes up with these? All local units, prevent them from damaging the weapon. My warriors, the promethium from your enhancements is fueling their incursions. Make better use of yourselves. That's quite enough from you.
Striking at my staging area? That suggests rudimentary intelligence.
All those crystals are damnably hard to destroy, aren't they? So it's to be a war of attrition. I accept your terms. Every iteration you confront only serves to make me stronger. I'd thank you, but it might seem insincere. You tear through my forces with such glee, Nanawe. The spectacle is almost worth the setback. Oh, poor Nanawe. If only mighty Kamo could see you now. If it's any consolation, Task Force X, there was no winning scenario for you.
Attacking my facilities on two fronts does split my attention. But I have a 12th level intellect.
One child trying to root into an Earth I've already terraformed is a doomed plan. Be sensible, before it's too late. Ship, you've outdone yourself. I'm having a blast. A pathetic display, Harkness. Mercifully, it'll be your final failure.
You could have come peacefully, Suicide Squad. But conquest is also acceptable.
Shame you couldn't effectively calculate the defensive capabilities of your shield.
How elementary it is to repair the damage you cause. Don't mistake a showy setback for a significant setback.
I know you are attached to this Earth, Nanawe, but it was a first draft. A sketch of what could be. Don't you want to be in the finished picture? Don't worry. I'll take my time defeating you. Wouldn't want to rush it now, would we?
Do you know what it costs me to produce one of those machines? Good thing I have whole worlds worth of raw material and cheap labor.
Do you see how your petty dominion pales in comparison to the scale of my conquest, Nanawe? To think they want to control you, contain you. I know you're made for more,
I'll unleash your real potential. I wouldn't bother. Your attacks will be blunted on my construct-shielded soldiers. Units, detecting one or more terminals phasing to your location. Who can resist an opportunity to face off against themselves? Not you, apparently. Earthlings. Such a noisy species. Quiet them down, my soldiers. There's simply no such thing as overkill. Here, I'll prove it. Escape artists to the end. Die here or at home. It makes little difference to me. You haven't saved Quinzel. Merely wasted potential. It's too late for a comeback, Boomerang. You know how this ends. Yes. Wrest control of that terminal back for me. Clutter this world with your junk vehicles all you like. New Colo's coming will clear everything away. All forces, intercept those Earthlings. I'd rather they didn't undo our work on this world. Brute force. Against my network, my soldiers. It's all you know. That's why I must calcify your entire planet. Do you know what I can achieve with a single incubator? You'll see. These intrusions are nothing short of annoying, Task Force X. Shall I tell you how many of these facilities I have on this world? Eventually, I'll welcome the four of you, as I've welcomed these humans. New Colu will flourish. We'll find out if you're skilled or just very lucky. Without your shields, your odds of survival are severely cut, Freeze. You fight so hard for a mere handful of lives. No one is impressed, covering your counteroffensive with noise and a tortured biomechanical being. I didn't think you had it in you. Warriors, more of my terminals need defense, beginning localized sterilization. Pretend you didn't hear that, Task Force X. Your trifling escapades bring you no closer to victory, Task Force X. One constant across every invasion. Once Metropolis and its idols fall, the rest are quick to follow. Earthlings and their symbolism. Deployed units. Task Force X is up to something, as per usual. And thanks to your overwhelming failure, New Colu is one step closer to reality. All surviving units, it should be clear that Harley Quinn is the main threat. You're a killer, Deadshot. It's in your name. It suffuses you. So be my weapon. Do a little genocide for Brainiac. All units, I'm setting up an infinitely recurring reminder. They do not reach the terraformer. Ah, good. I'll prepare the laboratory for you ahead of schedule. You can't do this on your own strength, Quinn. Give up already. Isn't the balance already tipped against you? I'm sure you're all tired of this. Death can come from so many places, Task Force X. Look up. Regain what's mine. Leave the Earthlings in defeat. Task Force X, stand and be obliterated. Incoming, and they do seem angry. Well, they would. I conditioned them that way. Left without a shield on the battlefield, Joker. Oh, it feels poetic somehow. I tried to research this move of the Kryptonians. You Earthlings are disgusting. I made changes. Units, still Lawton's trigger fingers. For now. I'll have use for them later. These flailing antics of yours, Joker, will be less tiresome when I put them to my use. Struck down in your prime. Defenseless again, Harkness. Fine. I'll send an elite combatant to crush these Earthlings. They're close. Prevent those Earthlings from accessing my network. What's your plan here? Death by 1,000 cuts. Rest assured, Task Force X, I shall cut deeper. Delegation is key to good leadership. So I'll leave my warriors to deal with you. Someone collect the charred remains of Task Force X. They may prove useful. Keep this up, and I might have to do some very vindictive terraforming. At last, I can swap out my simulations of your bodies for the real thing. Nanaue, just look at the magnificence of you now. Aren't you making the most out of your master's bribes? If you're trying to hide, you're doing a rather poor job of it. I'll be more than happy to share my research with you. In fact, I've made a breakthrough. You've lost the lead. What now? A trick is available. Seize the advantage. So you are worth salvaging from the discard pile, Harkness. It's funny, Joker, to fall for a world that isn't even yours. I'll give you that. Ah, King Shark. Moments from becoming a bloody forgotten footnote. Like bugs in code, these humans. Not to worry. My terminals will find them. Do you really care to go on, Harley? They don't understand your value. They never will. This isn't a victory, Task Force X. It's delaying the inevitable. And you know as well as I, it is inevitable. That level of savagery was unexpected, Freeze. This other Earth's champions seek to defeat you. Do you hope to sever my supply lines? Starve me of nanomaterial? I'm afraid I came prepared. Rejoin me and put trivialities like death out of your mind, Joker. What happened, Earthlings? Couldn't hit the clearly exposed weak point. Do consider that in your primitive ecosystem, you only possess a single life. But as a part of my network, you could live forever. This has given me an idea about stranding your bodies between dimensions. I don't understand why they hide. Don't they want to be part of something more? Find them. I'm initiating a direct connection to hasten the process. Rooftop fortification secured. And now, we wait. Alive? All four of you? Interesting. Even with access to my network, you can't reverse engineer your fate. Local forces, let the aerial mines deal with the Earthling pests. I know your type, Harkness. You'll lie, steal, and cheat your way to victory. There's no shame in that. Anomaly or no, Harley, resist me to the end, and you'll die forgotten. This whole world will be forgotten, but you, in particular, I will omit. It is rather amusing to watch you struggle with asking for assistance, Freeze. I'll make sure the next Earth knows about your failure. You humans do love a scapegoat. Yes, it's vulnerable. But do you four have the will to strike? Materially, not a great loss, but you've upset my careful order. And for that, there will be pain. Our approaching conflict seems a foregone conclusion. But that's what's so intriguing about you. Small attention spans. Next time I'll send more, Task Force X. I'm invested in this plant's deconstruction now. Your penchant for accuracy serves you well, Dr. Frias. Hack's a quick study of Kaluan code structure. I should have approached her first. Wait, is your intent to sacrifice yourselves? Like the heroes of some Earthling movie? Surely not. I want to cultivate your talents, Deadshot. Endless focus, infinite patience. Nothing to compromise you like this gluten allergy. So eager to engineer your own defeat. I'm grateful, really. Buried beneath the ashes of this world, or the might of my units. It's all the same to me. Each biosynthetic data cache has the capacity of 100 Earthling brains. Wasted on you, of course. Not very sporting. We had you fair and square. This did not turn the tide. This did not affect any magnetic pull. I'll just take my terminal back. There's still one terminal for every host I plucked from this world. Handing yourselves over for biopsy would be a superb way to immortalize your triumph. If you can't even pull off a play this simple, Task Force X. You don't even know what this battery's firing at. Why get involved? Bending a plant cell construct to my will should not be this difficult. Oh, Task Force X, you know what you have in common with my fallen soldiers? You're disposable. And soon, you'll be dead. It would appear you're critically endangered, Shark. The Earthlings are dead, and our network is clear. I'll make more terminals. And when you've fallen, perhaps I'll make more of you. Oops. Surely that wasn't meant to happen. All bluster and bullets after all, Lawton. Such vulnerability. I expected more fight from the great Nanawe. Does it consume you, Captain Boomerang? The desire to know what I was going to offer you? One way to find out. You will break first, Task Force X. I need this. You were just feeding a momentary set of mutable desires. They will pass. Along with you and your irrelevant species. Homogenesis complete. Engage the enemy. Don't cower before my supreme ordnance, Task Force X. It can sense your fear. So much wasted potential, Nanawe. I have so many worlds and you have only one. That is a disadvantage in a dimensional conflict. How tragic. The marionette strings have been cut. All units near the cannon. Report if you're experiencing morale fluctuations. How does the saying go? Never take small weapons to a large weapon fight. Oh no. Defeated by a simple microwave emitter, Task Force X? Try as you might, Task Force X, even you cannot stand in the way of progress. New Kolu will rise, and you must fall. Freeze lives to fight another day. There's a considerable delta between damaged and destroyed. Score 1 point for my microwave emitter. Ignore the insurgents. Move in to claim the child's plant. You feel it? The integration taking hold. It won't be long. We've reached sudden death. Quick and cruel takes the round. It's egregious that we've come to this point. You four are nothing but errors. This is all chance. A number out of place. I will isolate it. Please step into the storm. It's solid data on exactly how maladapted Earthlings are for cold and wind extremes. Really now? Stop this wretched growth. I'm giving you the chance to be the star you are. Take control of your own story. Isn't that what you've always wanted, Harley? It's already rebuilding itself, Task Force X. How many more chances does Freeze deserve? All units, we have a new vulnerability. An unshielded incubator. Well, what's a little spilt nanofluid between friends? Stasis has not dulled Joker's propensity for violence. Improbable, but as a pure thought experiment, let's say you win. Will they simply let you loose? Think about it, little god. These Earthlings enjoy flitting about like gnats, so let our rooftop defenses swat them. I'm eager to see how you might use a boomerang to not die today, Harkness. The returning crystals symbolize your futility. Still fighting, Joker, in such a helpless state? All units, your survival depends on ending the plant immediately. Deploy to the physical location of the data breach. Aggression limiters off. Bring Freeze down. She must be stopped. What do Earthlings say? It takes a licking. Disgusting. Earthlings. Always trying to sniff around higher-level intelligences. What's that sound? Is it a new destroyer being born? See how you've made it suffer? See how you make me suffer? Every time I nearly unlocked Joker's genius intellect, he gave me a whoopee cushion gag. You're welcome to him. A shield failure seems somewhat amateur, especially for you, Lawton. Oh no, Task Force X. I'm detecting a terminal nearing recovery. It would appear Deadshot is nearing his final round. Make sure he can't reload. Your new guns have a certain ragged appeal, not unlike yourselves. However, I doubt they'll put the odds in your favor. I will confess some annoyance at the strength of this latest little affliction. The small scientist, she will make a commendable integration for New Kolu, detecting an Earthling disturbance. All forces, silence them. Press on, warriors. That terminal is almost ready for phasing. What a disruptive sound. All nearby forces, eliminate it, and Task Force X while you're at it. You destroyed one Terminaut facility. One of so many in a self-replicating ecosystem across the multiverse. You are small, meaningless. The beam. Wonderful. I want to study its effects on your remains. All units, I've recalibrated your aggression amplifiers. The Earthlings will not survive you. Is this understood? I wanted to give you something to think about. Zoe Lawton. Submit to me, and I could keep her safe. Preserved. You survived. And yet your predicament remains the same. How does that make you feel? Even I make room for the more useful classics. A failure to the end, Harkness. Worry not. We'll make use of you. Do you want attention? Here's some playmates for you. Will her toxins stop my invasion? No. Sorry, that's science fiction. The contents of that terminal were not yours to take. Did I not mention this body is designed to regenerate? Oh, it is, Nanaue. Those Earthlings seized that terminal right out of your hands. I so wish you could understand the majesty, the perfection of Kaluan engineering. No matter. You'll soon grow acquainted. Multiple anomalies are always so vexing. Breaching the next dimension and claiming its Earth will be a refresher.
Both refugees you've taken in from other Earths betrayed their allies at the end. Just an observation. A valiant effort from Task Force X, but I win. Again, the still after the blast. Don't get up and spoil it.
New rooftop emplacement secured. Rain doom upon the Earthlings.
Seems that the stakes have been raised.
I want to understand you, Lawton. However, you wouldn't be the first anomaly I was forced to destroy. All units, prevent the Earthlings violating my research, or there will be a reset in your future. A hard reset. The smart thing to do here will be give up. Don't you agree, Freeze? You're wide open, Lawton. Allow my units to finish this.
You've bought yourselves a moment to breathe. Use it wisely. Shall we place bets on it? Who gets to this new survivor first? It's only their life if you lose. My hopes for your squad are high. Do not let me down.
All forces, there is a delay in area-wide sterilization. Continue fighting. You haven't saved your Earth, Task Force X. Just committed to dying on this one. How to teach you that you don't belong here? I'll have to get inventive. What does Harkness bring to your team, Task Force X? Comedic relief. I fear I'm losing my impartiality. It's best that I take a step back. I must say, after everything we've been through, Task Force X, I look eagerly forward to puppeting your flesh.
Pursue those Earthlings. Do not let them phase back to their world and regroup.
This data included my plans for infusing you. Well, nothing beats a hands-on, does it?
The microwave emitter has corrected the flaw in the equation. Let our conquest recommence.
At least on your own Earth, you could go out as misbegotten heroes. Here? Not so much.
Score 1 for the microwave emitter.
Consider the options for your lasting legacy, Suicide Squad. Short and brutal as well as pawns, or eternal as my associates.
Now you've exposed an incubator. Perhaps you could jump in.
Unlike the others, your head might explode. A moment of levity.
Local units, prevent toxin release in this area. Some urgency.
When will you see, Lawton? I'm not trying to kill you. I'm trying to elevate you.
Apply pressure to the main plant. Interrupting its growth is critical.
The shark god has fallen. A disgrace to the throne, I'd imagine. You're thinking, can destroying my artillery change the ultimate outcome? I'll give you one triumph, Task Force X. You're beginning to get on nerves I didn't know I had. A little showy for my tastes, but very satisfying. Oh, Task Force X. I would say I expected more from you than such juvenile mayhem. But let's be honest, such spirited rebellion. And still you fall.
Prepare to fight. The multiverse is watching. You cannot defend your climate from yourselves, let alone an advanced species.
I can't promise this won't hurt, and I don't want to.
Phasing in something for you to fight. Consider this my generosity. Theft of knowledge is a capital offense in New Kolu. What will be left when the beam hits you?
You think you'll have a life after all this, Harley? After me? They'll lock you away.
I'm sending you some true opposition to play with, Task Force X.
To have come so far only to allow yourselves to be defeated like this. That's hubris.
Your Earth's best minds couldn't come up with a better solution to a self-replicating invasion.
I'm sure they'll save you this time, Harley. But how many failures before they change their mind? The predator has become prey. What now, Task Force X? Save Shark and interrupt the circle of life. You won't even survive this encounter. How would you survive releasing Joker?
That smaller biomass is a weakness. Exploit the weakness. Well. You've cleared the swarm. Interesting.
Well, this is cause for one of your grotesque little celebrations. I can release you from misery, Harkness. Never again would you feel doubt or self-loathing. Doesn't that sound nice?
I know you don't like to be confined, Task Force X. But here are some deadly walls. Elimination round. Let's separate the Earth wheat from the Earth chaff.
Oh, and if you provide me with good data fighting my warriors, you'll gain my favor.
A surprising turn in favor of Task Force X.
Relying on others for assistance, Dr. Frias. You really have changed. It had felt like seconds since your last attempt at obstruction. The lone wolf seems to have settled into the pack.
How sad. The insurgents are causing more damage than I had simulated.
Would that we could burn their sources of promethium. Ah well, just keep those forth from any further tactical advantages, or else.
My forces held this position well. I'll dispose of them now. I don't want them getting ideas.
Is there anything more terrifying to sub-9th level intellects than a killer clown?
Proud of yourselves, are you? Drawing out your planet's suffering before its preordained end.
Please, tear yourselves and your other selves to pieces. Honestly, at this point, it's all good data.
Terminal recovered. I feel infinitesimally more complete.
Task Force X. You just can't finish a fight, can you? No matter, Task Force X. I'll finish it for you.
What is that noise, Task Force X? Can't you see I'm busy conquering worlds?
I've got a little task force of my own. Their first order is to bring you in.
Where there were 4, now only 2 remain. Task Force X, my emitter will find you.
And how do you mean to undertake this daring rescue? My strategy? With bluster, then.
A resounding victory for Task Force X. And an infinitesimally minor setback to my war machine.
So this intrusion is your handiwork, not that of your supporting miscreants. What would your planet be without its Superman? I can't believe you 4 will take up his egoless mantle. You're far too self-centered. Oh, it's whimsical, listening to you die on 2 different Earths now, Joker. Is this your idea of a defense, Lawton?
Remember, you only have one of her. And my terraformers are limitless. My. Did something go wrong? That was ineffective.
Perhaps you don't deserve the glory of integration. What then? Let's see.
Not a single one of Task Force X microwaved to a crisp. Pity.
Does this trigger your flight response, Task Force X?
Try as you might, Task Force X. I've regained what's mine. Terminal recovered. Purging Earthling corruption.
I'm not above fighting mayhem with mayhem. Relying on a shield, Nanawe. A human quirk you've acquired, no doubt. Units, I realize they are resisting my scans. Resistance is what they do. All units, I expect you to protect my war machines explicitly with your lives.
I won't be dissuaded by insolent greenery. Prepare more units. Now we shall see a true test of your strength. Your force against mine.
Would you look at the time? Yours is nearly up.
I grow weary of watching the shark dominate. The earthly food chain bores me. You've had your backs against the wall before, yes? These are lethal.
Pull away the shield, and Quinzel is all issues. No substance.
Your antics are a pleasing distraction from the routine of dismantling your planet.
Not to worry. I spiced things up just for you, dear squad.
Even my army can't win everything, I suppose. Don't think this victory will stand for long.
Reality is malleable, Task Force X. I'll demonstrate. A generous offer to every warrior in my network. Claim those 4 resistors, and I'll see to your upgrades myself. You may have taken out the pawns, but the game continues. My army versus a few scrappy goons. The outcome seems obvious, but educate me.
It's not that complicated. Lowered unit numbers, fewer possible success states.
Destroying you on a molecular level will be most edifying. Being last on the shelf makes toys unspeakably sad, doesn't it, Harley Quinn? You've never been anyone's first choice. And yet, my offer is open. Picked last, but first to die. You're probably used to that, eh, Harkness? This is invigorating. Why, I feel larger than life.
2 down. Earthlings, you should really beware that microwave emitter. Terminal recovery failed. You think this last terminal is yours, Earthlings. But hope alone cannot overcome my network.
Don't worry, Dr. Frias. I'll put all that intellect to good use. Joker, I promise I won't change you if you join me. Integration will simply lend method to your madness. Freeze is defenseless. All units, attack while our shields are compromised. Come now, Task Force X. Is it kind to give the good doctor the cold shoulder?
You're 6 full intellect levels beneath comprehending this data.
Colonizing new planets can be such a trial. But the terraforming, brilliant.
Like his eponymous weapon, Captain Boomerang has returned. Be aware, warriors. What a sad sight you are, Quinzel. I thought you thrived in chaos. And that would be a wrap on Harley Quinn. I come bearing gifts in the form of your searing mutilation.
Quinzel is shieldless. Take the opportunity, units. You've vanished for now, but I'd prefer you to do so permanently. I kept data on the insurgencies on other worlds. Perhaps you can look it up. See how they went. Can't you see how you're fighting an uphill battle? How tiring.
We see right through you, Task Force X.
Extreme decreases in temperature can result in loss of limb and death. I do hope you're prepared. Oh, I remake your technology, you steal mine. There's a poetry to it. Kaluan poetry, obviously.
My encryption protocols have given you more than enough time to defeat these four. That round was yours. Let's see if you can keep it up. Even if you save these humans, what will their lives be? Consider that you may be their monster.
There's something fascinating about gladiatorial contests. But unlike some travelers of the multiverse, they don't define me.
Let's not drag this hunt out. There are more productive uses for my units. You've done well marshalling the other three, Lawton. New Kolu could use that kind of leadership. That strength of vision. All units, connection to my network is a gift. Do not squander it to Earthlings. You think you can just walk out of here? Ha! Such hubris. This is where you die. You act as though my patience is endless, Lawton. I invite you to test that assumption. I phase a massive gun from a world belonging to me. You try to destroy it. Who's truly in the wrong? A pair of Earthlings captured in my emitter beam. Impressive, if I do say so myself. Make an object lesson of her plant. Capture and hold for integration. To spring to life, fully formed. An act of the gods to minds as simple as yours. A new destroyer. Behold, the evolutionary power of Kolu. How thoughtful. To liquefy yourselves ahead of integration. It's torturous to watch you compete. Well behind the curve.
Watching the light leave your eyes will be most enjoyable.
A support unit of troopers is entering the fray.
A failure as a father and an assassin. How very sad.
There you are. What manner of assassin is caught without protection? Where are the Earthlings? Locate them and stamp their resistance out.
The Joker has run out of material. Will you be calling for an encore, Task Force X?
They weren't very bright, were they?
Her impressive intellect makes freeze our chief concern. You've only come this far because of what you've stolen from me. There is an easier way to gain access to my network.
Crashing my network. Knowing I'll send troops to eradicate you. The bluster of it. Multiple terminals phase to your position, my fighters. Recover them, disguising your strongest as a hopeless rube. Brilliant subterfuge, Task Force X. You're more adept at defense than your psychologist suggested, Task Force X. I'll adjust the numbers.
I think I'll activate my scouring beam. Keep you on your toes.
Toxic to Kaluan physiology or not, Earth's flora revolts me. The old rules don't apply here, Earthlings. See?
Nanawe. So much potential for disappointment.
Get to the new location and wipe them out. It seems that the odds are against me. Just one terminal left. Luckily, I enjoy an outside chance.
Can somebody take those bombs away from Quinzel? By force?
This time a victory for you. But I am waiting around every corner. Keep it up and you'll break the weapon's emotional conditioning.
Oh, good. You're still here. Don't move. Holes in my shield. How disappointing. Let's try this again.
You've given my units the perfect opening, Nanawe. I thank you for it. Time to fight something more advanced, Task Force X.
Above 90%. Phase array is opening.
History is written by the victor. Interesting. But there is no history. There is only Brainiac. Can you reverse your fortune? I have my doubts. All units, you rank below the incubators as acceptable losses.
I've allowed you to continue more than long enough. This little diversion ends now.
Suppress the plant's growth or it will continue to run rampant.
Don't vex me.
It is unwise to vex me.
You've got 10 seconds to start impressing me.
Not this time, Freeze. But it's only a matter of time. I can sense some hesitation about my offer, Deadshot. All that power, what if you lost control? Well, what if there were no consequences?
Well, all 4 of you surviving that was beyond my initial calculations.
This was inevitable. The synthesis of our powers is unstoppable.
One of my terminals is crossing over. Keep the Earthlings clear.
Once the sidekick, always the sidekick, eh, Quinzel?
I suggest you recalibrate your performance. 12th level intellects are watching.
Oh, was that your vehicle we removed? I'd assumed it belonged to your more competent superiors.
All forces, the emitter is online. You have served New Kolu satisfactorily.
You spoil me, Task Force X. Culling the herd like this. My subsequent forces will be worthy to serve New Kolu. Cannon, mortar. Call it what you want. My armaments exceed the scope of your simplistic human language.
Now you'll have a campfire story for after my terminals have integrated the planet.
All surviving units, see that this is the Shark's final meal.
A petty victory. Celebrate while you can.
Oh, these ramshackle tricks of yours.
I've upped my emotion inhibitors significantly. Continue the defense.
A marvel of Terminaut engineering, is it not? At one point, I considered it my magnum opus. Don't waste your time on afflictions. That won't work now. You can't outrun the clock, Task Force X. You can't outrun me.
Do you honestly think one trapped Terminaut will give your world an advantage? A critical failure? But surely the datasets will show some silver lining for you. Another mind just waiting for the connection only I can provide. Victory will be a temporary state of being for you, I promise. Units, occupy the area around this minor plant growth. Be vigilant, warriors. You've nearly recovered my terminal. Even a worthless degenerate has his day. Enjoy it, Harkness. Units, eliminate him.
An object lesson, units. Don't let the Shark close the distance. That was hardly an interception. You'll have to do a lot better than that. Another Earthling bows in service of New Kolu. Don't worry, I'll have this done in a... Language bleed through.
Victory for your dimension. Too bad about theirs. This game of brilliant cat and under-evolved mouse grows bothersome.
Failures of protection seem to be a pattern for you, Lawton. Lawton's gone down. And I thought he might pose the biggest challenge. Your image is becoming clearer to me, Task Force X. Still unsightly to Kaluan eyes. Tell me how this electromagnetic pulse feels, Task Force X. Do be specific. Isn't it odd how humor tends to dissipate the closer we get to the gallows? Think of it, Nanawe. Dominion over the sea and the surface. Your kingdom would know no bounds. Does it bring you some baseless joy, Task Force X, to think that you're going to accomplish something? I admit, I was on the edge of my dais, Task Force X. But what a delicious defeat. You seem infinitely more dependent on others than I anticipated, Dr. Frias. You're a long way from Arkham, Task Force X. You'll soon wish you never left. Well, this has been entertaining, but I must end our little tussle. Ship, activate extermination protocol. You'd think violent, riotous buffoons would be easier to track.
My combined forces will not allow you to violate the sanctity of my data vault.
What shall I construct? How about your downfall?
Weakening my units will not get the job done.
My warriors, the ideal scenario is the Earthlings do no damage. I spy, with my all-seeing surveillance network, a task force doomed to fail. Isn't it time you understood the model you'll disrupt? Punish the insurgents harshly, but I want their genetic material. Well, Captain Boomerang, no pithy comeback? No? Excellent. There's no substitute for getting data firsthand. By which I mean eliminating an anomaly with my own hands.
Go on and celebrate. Do. It would only make my eventual victory more resonant.
Well, aren't you clever? This data is beginning to give diminishing Abandoned in your moment of need yet again, Quinzel. So yield to your new purpose. To enjoy your last gasps before you drown beneath the tides of my forces. Sending a unit of troopers. Handle those earthlings for me.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
I see your adrenaline readings spiking, Harley. How desperate you are to cling on.
It is a privilege to join with me.
One of our little Terminauts has all grown up. Welcome a new bomber. Add bombardment. Control the variables.
Copy consciousness. Consider heavier crystal armor. Warning. Combat units who lose another terminal will be processed into food stores.
Physics, nature, laws in name only, I assure you.
Why don't you throw yourself against these deadly charge walls?
Tell me, Nanawe, was that meant to be the shield of a god?
You have my attention, Dr. Frias.
I assume that's why you've been killing my units.
From nothing, back to nothing, Harkness.
The emitter is ready. Goodbye, Task Force X. I'm upping the Terminaut's aggression factor. Your civilians will notice. Oh, I am keeping track of each incubator's shield to overload.
Looks like you're almost done with that last combat group, Earthlings. Have some more ground troops.
Let them surveil my network. They'll only see their oncoming apocalypse.
And you shouldn't. But I'd be happy to show you. He will be more powerful than you or your father could conceive.
All units, stop them. The incubator's armor won't hold them back. Don't let them in my terminal. I have hard-won battle data to protect. Total unit loss. Still within acceptable levels of pushback.
Those Earthlings' companions are likely already part of my network. Do you still feel like heroes?
Don't worry. I'll keep Hack's code intact. Most of it, anyway. I would address her scientist to scientist, but she shares your childish view of this conflict.
Restoring me gives their meaningless lives purpose.
Kaluan plants have also evolved interesting behaviors. You'll see soon enough.
Another position wiped out. Where does their determination come from? Why isn't their spirit crushed? It seems to simulate you more accurately in my models. I'll need to reduce my intelligence level. The clown is down. My warriors, escort her off stage. Your numbers are quite impressive, Dr. Frias. Care to discuss them further?
You're not a threat to me, Task Force X. You're a nuisance. There's a difference. Assigning enhanced reconnaissance units. Come out, wherever you are. 1 stolen terminal, 4 Earthling thieves. Balance this equation, my fighters. That last little setback with terminal production. Already accounted for.
Better watch out, Task Force X. A new destroyer has evolved amongst you.
Allowing them to bypass the tower is testing my emotional inhibitors.
All units, make sure Boomerang's next words are his last. Let's see what's evolved from this terminal pairing. Well, a new bomber.
The circus is no longer in town, Joker. I'm deleting it.
The Earthlings nearly have control of my terminal.
I can think of so many ways to take you apart, Harley Quinn. But don't worry. I promise to remake you better than your wildest dreams.
Only 3 made it to safety. Pity.
Do take in the sights, won't you? This is the last Earth you'll ever see. It seems my local forces are depleted. Sending more. Prepare for a new round of reinforcements.
The microwave emitter is charging. Task Force X, you may want to find cover.
A good teacher is nothing if not patient. Joker, your vicious talents are wasted fighting for this world.
You can take my terminals, but can you hold on to them?
Whereas Boomerang, Scourge of Australia, has a nice ring to it.
Such flimsy constructs will fail you.
You'll never make it. If you give up now, I'll happily collect your corpses. I would also have terminated those units for incompetence. So accomplished at killing, so resistant to signing up for the winning team.
1 source of terminal production arrested. Only 1.
The captain has gone down. The crew shall soon follow, I presume. Quinzel is dispatching you all with party tricks. Party tricks? Watch out for my laser, Task Force X. It just loves to give chase. I know what you're doing, Task Force X. Delaying that which is inevitable.
Oh, you left your squad mate to burn.
Overwhelming force, promising results. All units. The Earthling assassin nears his own termination. I've been anticipating you meeting my new war machine.
I'm afraid I couldn't phase it over gift-wrapped.
My freshly spawned bomber. Gather our forces and eliminate those Earthlings.
If it's a tour of the watchtower you want, you only need to ask.
One by one, they become mine. And you will be left with nothing.
I will need more data, but this showing indicates you may be useful to me after all, Harkness. You've sent the terminals controlling my weapon into a frenzy.
Resistance is factored into my schedule for planetary takeover.
Perhaps I have left my units somewhat susceptible to their baser desires. Though a knife without a guard is still a knife.
And yet my army, like my power and indeed my intellect, is limitless.
An act of petty vandalism. Almost endearing.
Are you seeking my attention, Lawton? Be careful. You have it.
Supporting your combat group with more troopers.
I will not let simple Earthlings steal from me. Deploy to the main plant. The insurgents don't have a monopoly on brute force.
Your laughably tiny minds would short-circuit if you managed to comprehend even the basest levels of the multiverse you're tampering with. Freeze, we both know you enjoy this. Join me and drop the pretense.
Looks like you're open for business. Go on then. Try. This artillery barrage should keep you in check.
Let me reintroduce you to some former civilians of Metropolis. Careful now. They're quite volatile. No difference to me. Just food for thought. We're all self-interested in the end. I can't promise you victory, Harley, not in this fight. But I can promise you my special consideration. Mull it over. Fleeing your own world didn't allow you to flee your problems, did it, Freeze?
Did that hurt? It won't affect the integration.
I'm phasing the next facilities ahead of schedule. I anticipate greatly lowered resistance. I have to admit, I didn't expect this. Even in failure, you four keep surprising me. Bravo! Another point to the gnats buzzing my war machine. Well done. But a single soul? What good will that do against my army?
Your excesses could prove useful to me, Harkness. It's disturbing.
Battlefield evolution.
Let's all welcome our new bomber. You think too much about Amanda Waller, Nanawe. Disappointing her? Angering her? Follow me, and you won't have to worry about her expectations, her demands.
It's called the elimination round, because you're eliminated permanently. What level of force multiplication will it take, I wonder?
Leading your team away from the mission. A tactically and morally bankrupt choice, Lawton.
I applaud your ingenuity, but it seems you've only managed to get two. You didn't even kill that one yourselves. Commendable.
Was that last round of fighters not enough, Task Force X? Have some more.
I'm diverting power for the microwave emitter firing sequence just for you, Task Force X.
Oh, Joker. And it feels like you just got out of stasis. Farewell, little clown. Come now, Freeze. I expected strategy from you. Not this, Harley Quinn. Such a garish display, and yet couldn't my collection use a dash of color? Trust me, at my side, he wouldn't play second fiddle to anyone. Not a sharpshooter, not a has-been, and definitely not a shark.
Careful now. Don't lose your momentum or my interest.
This is Nanawe using his full strength. Distasteful, and yet...
Instability should always be rooted out at the source. I applaud the decision. You made gains, Task Force X. Just not enough.
Isn't it time we act, Freeze? Such a shame that you will fight, and most likely die, incurious and oblivious to the scope of my work.
Units, do not be intimidated by the shark's size. It's his teeth you have to look out for. Let's see if these mines can remove our highly mobile Earthling threat. Prepare to defend incoming terminals. My terminal army is infinitely scalable. You're only at the margins.
Your resistance is a minor inconvenience at best, but it is a nagging one.
3 eliminated by my beam. Now will be your time to panic.
Don't let Lawton get you in his sights, warriors.
A surprising display of force. This is exciting. I'm pained to think of those archives not being read in the original Kaluan.
The lesson will continue, even if I need to literally drill it through you. Kryptonian strength and Kaluan will. A deadly combination. I am looking forward to breaching the next dimension. You've given me so much data to utilize.
Yes, scamper back to Waller. Surely you've earned some faint praise. Task Force X. I can't allow you any further. Instead, I'll have to delete you. My new rooftop defense team. Buck the enemy from the sky. Task Force X and their little jammer survived. Try as you might. You can still only define yourself in relation to your betters. And make no mistake, I am your better. Seems I've vastly overestimated your capacity to press on in the face of adversity. Try to look awed. This is where the evolution of your species happens. I want those terminals. Recover what's mine, fighters. Stripped bare, Lawton. Allow me to avert my eyes. Another one. I have work for you. Time is up, Task Force X. My forces will wipe you from New Kolu. Wall you out, wall you in. The end result is deadly either way.
And that's your time, Joker.
All that speed and brashness. For what, Harkness? You can't outrun your wounds. Ah, yes. I'm moments away from recovering my terminal. You deflect your weaknesses with sarcasm and violence, Task Force X. But I see you. I know you better than you know yourselves. Very good. I'm going to enjoy boiling your oceans dry. Not a single one hit by the emitter. You generate data for me faster than you can possibly steal it. You miss home, don't you, Nanawe? Join me, and I'll give you power to conquer and unite the kingdoms. Before we transform them. Preparing to phase back to my terminal. If it costs every one of you combat units to defeat them, I accept. Seems a shame that your own technology works against you. Risen to fall again, Quinzel? If you're a glutton for punishment, I can oblige you. My warriors, though we look to the future of New Kolu, my archives are not up for plundering. You've exposed a vulnerability in the weapon. Congratulations, Task Force X. Ship. Reorganized troop deployment logistics. All units, Quinzel has been laid out like a bloody rag doll. I approve. A new bomber has evolved. Follow his directives, or stay out of his way. Keep this up, and in approximately 197 Earth years, we'll be evenly matched. Great minds will think alike eventually. It's only a matter of willingly or unwillingly. Harkness, I admire your dedication to going au naturel, but you really should reconsider. All forces. The Earthlings seem to believe it possible to counter us by going on the offensive. Demonstrate their futility. If only your precious reputation could prolong your life, Lawton. 2, 1. Soon there'll be no dead shots left. It's almost a shame. A weak effort. My troops can carry on regardless of your toys. How could you lose that terminal? I expect no further failures. Another Task Force X nuisance. Thrilling. If I didn't know better, I'd say you've angered my poor weapon. This next firing pattern is an old favorite. A minor success, Earthlings. Let's see if you can survive more reinforcements. And the Joker folds. What a waste. He's usually quite clever for an Earthling. Quinzel, struck out on your own, only for it to end like this. Sad, really. You don't see the genius of an incubator. Just a target. What a waste of resources. Questionable leadership choices. Oh well. In his final hour, the shrewish miscreant realizes he actually needs his friends. How trite. Those Earthling degenerates are disrupting my communications. Stop them. All surviving units. Let's make disarming Lawton a priority, shall we? Let's see how you fare against the primal elements. My terminals will stabilize the damage. They're very industrious. Impressive kill count, Dr. Frias. But can you replicate those results? Let's run a little experiment, shall we? You'll be the lab rats. The fate of your world is on the line. Do better. Weakened, bloodied, defeated. Let the integration begin. One hates to see a sad clown, Harley, but one loves to see a dead one. They're after you, Task Force X. You can run, but you cannot hide. It's a gargantuan weapon. It can take it. There's no thrill like a laser kill. You exposed the vulnerable point. What will you do now? A failure soon to be overcome with the application of more terminals. All forces,
Halt those Earthlings' incursion into my network.
Oh, please, Task Force X, offer me some challenge.
You overcame the odds. Well done, Earthlings.
Do you honestly think that a naive adolescent and an egocentric industrialist can out-strategize me?
The other squad is outperforming you. Well, all units. The Shark currently poses the greatest combat threat. Perhaps you've noticed. These losses will not deter me from assimilating your little botanist's knowledge, Task Force X.
Suicide Squad. For my arena's rules, I've taken a little inspiration from the war world of the exile Mongol.
Do you really think you'll find the key to defeating me rooting around my systems? A contest there. Who can fill your atmosphere with lethal pathogens first?
A thought experiment. What if you took the odious clown because I allowed it?
This little distraction has gone on long enough, Task Force X. My forces will subdue you.
Human anatomy is no match for my ship's firepower. Right, once more, and I will finally be rid of you nuisances.
Task Force X, your ashes will mark the birth of New Kolu.
You can finish off downed rivals in either phase. Extra points for executions.
I wonder how much pressure one human transport can take.
Activate precaution protocols. Terminaut hunger limiters. Disengage.
The new location has been found. Get them.
How many times will you trust them before they inevitably let you down, Harley? So human. Will you aid your Joker? After you went to all that trouble to acquire him. I'm enjoying this data sampling freeze. I've learned so much about you.
Sudden death, a threat, and a promise. The merciless win this round. Time for a shuffle.
Terraforming is our highest priority, but I'm raising the importance of eliminating Task Force X.
You Earthlings can only pick at threads of a quantum-entangled data network.
Think of the perks of a new Kolu. Your people enjoy perks, yes? No fear, no pain, a true socialist society. Most of all, a direct connection to me. What is it like to be blissfully unaware of your cosmic insignificance?
I argue against intelligent plant life. Kaluan flora was, once. We had to curtail it. I have seen all these guerrilla tactics before. My forces are inexhaustible. But yours? There's far less room for error.
You're usually such a survivor, Harley Quinn. A pity that it ends this way.
Terminal recovered. The Earthlings nearly had it. You missed an obvious vulnerability in your target, Task Force X. There'll be less of this infighting after you've all been integrated. There's a new signal. Units, engage them where they stand. Alert! They're trying to steal another terminal.
Luck cannot keep you alive, Harkness. Perhaps there's some fault with the multiverse. It's almost over, Nanaue. Why not crawl back into the ocean while you still can? The only thing they should be approaching is their integration. Luckily, detritus is so plentiful on this junk world. I'm learning a great deal about my capacity for extreme violence. Hunt them down. Whatever they're doing, I want it stopped. My Kryptonian abilities are restored to full power. Let's continue. I've got some new acquaintances for you, Task Force X. You're sociable creatures, no? Your little vehicles have been upgraded, but will eventually be rendered obsolete by better, faster Kaluan technology. Here to reclaim your sworn enemy, the Flash? How touching. Let these cool a bit before you barrel into them. I grow impatient with your cowardly pokes and prods. Come for me. I'm waiting. Join me, Quinzel, and you can perform for someone who appreciates your talents. What's this creeping across my network, I wonder? Amplify scanning. How tragic. Who will care for your beloved Nora now? Shouldn't you be focusing on the greatest threat? Me. There, Nanaue. Let go. You'll have new friends soon.
This facility is at high risk. Local units react accordingly.
Floyd Lawton.
Oh, a few more bullets per vehicular engagement against my horde. I welcome your optimism, as entirely misplaced as it is.
Any setback you forced is inconsequential, any units expendable. You're wasting your time, and mine. If you think you're faster than my Terminauts, by all means, you're welcome to prove it.
Ship,
Adjust frequencies to overcome their jammer. Look at you, Nanawe. Just another cold fish. We're almost to curtain call, Miss Quinzel. A sorry end to a storied career. Yes, you dealt with the Flash. But I hate to point out, there are so many more of these than there were of him. I've made some modifications, Task Force X. So you've killed a few of my units. A false sense of security, I'd say. Finally, I see what your world's number 2 assassin is capable of. I'm underwhelmed.
Oh dear. The minds might be constructs of pure light, but the pain is real.
Of all the minds I've scanned, Boomerang, yours was the most alarmingly basic. How embarrassing. Falling to your own defenses. My forces will follow you to the ends of this mediocre planet. Your new friends. You're worried you'll lose them, Boomerang. Join me and I'll give you the will to save them. Last objective. Make it count. Keep trying, Task Force X. It's lightly amusing, deploying one of our elite units. An annoying breach of our defenses, but not unprecedented. Intercept and defeat those Earthlings. Don't disappoint me, Task Force X. You were the ones who initiated this fight. One surviving Earthling against my war machine. Admirable, but futile. Units, bring Freezer's rampage to an end. Now, you have the advantage. But for how long? What was that, Task Force X? I was preoccupied communicating among my other fully functional iterations. That beam is just one of the weapons in my arsenal, Earthlings. I possess the capacity to have 1,000 lucid dreams at once. But a favorite is tilling New Kolu with your blood. Reinforcing units, dispatch those Earthlings for me. Let your charred remains be a warning to those Argus dogs. I am everywhere, Task Force X. I am inescapable. You'll see. You cower from me, but embrace this Joker. I want to build your world. He will destroy it. Even you four can appreciate such brutal simplicity. Replicating Lantern's power at scale demands considerable willpower. Well, I possess the will to reorder the multiverse. You're back again. It would be a shame if you were trapped on this Earth, wouldn't it? My next iteration is well prepared for you. That Earth didn't go without a fight. I even got a little carried away. At least your last moments have all been recorded. The damage is negligible, but prevent them causing any further nuisance. Focus on the 2 functioning incubators units. The insurgents certainly will. You had your chance to come quietly. Task Force X is attempting an attack on the terraforming matrix. Crush them. The plasma beam should make short work of you. Remember when you destroyed my terraformer, Task Force X? I remember. I remember everything. On every world. Dr. Frias is once again proving that brains trump brawn. Well, partially. If you're trying to anger me, this is not the way to do it. More terminals incoming to your location. Insurgents broken through. Biomass continuing to mature, I see. Now that's taken care of, I suppose I'll just return to overseeing the terraforming. I had my doubts about your capacity to focus on 2 threats at once. Tower contact. Finally, some firm data we can use. Overwhelmed by combat units. That's not like you. We'll talk more when you're reanimated. That was unfortunate. Norton, you waste your time and mine fighting against the inevitable. Incoming reinforcements. Neutralize and integrate Task Force X. I've seen you at death's door before, Joker. This is your last encore. Who are you hiding, Task Force X? You four aren't smart enough to use my phasing technology. Tell me who it is. You haven't raided my collection. So, a refugee, then. How intriguing. Let's add a heartier combatant to the mix. Reassessing the timeline for total control of this Earth. Not much deviation. I've encountered this shield and loot strategy before. Those Earthlings failed, and they were their dimension's best and brightest. Orient yourself quickly, my new destroyer. And do what you do best. I should have factored in a higher failure rate for my own units. You use my phasing solution, my terminals, my network. Are you certain you don't want to join New Kolu? There's an Earthling term I'm curiously fond of. Ollie Ollie Oxenfree. Units, You will not simply let the Earthlings take that incubator. Humans can't even hide well. Really. Unless they're a part of my army, what purpose do they serve?
To fall as a lackey of this world's government, Lawton. Pathetic.
This is still a preventable setback.
That's right, Harley. Who needs shields?
Not you.
But you gave me a reason to stay. I hope you've adjusted your strategy. You've revived Joker. Well, don't say I didn't warn you.
Task Force X. You didn't think you'd escaped me, did you? My dreadnought has full weaponized potential. Or you. Which will win?
All forces, this is some kind of ruse. End it. Consider this an opportunity to learn more about New Kolu, Task Force X. My terminal is back where it belongs. Put aside your useless defenses and fight me.
All that fuss and fight. Where did it get you, Freeze?
Time to address this issue at its root. Surround her plant.
Oh, did I forget to set the beam to eye surgery? Sorry.
Begin new analysis. Data cache retrieval and Earthling elimination. I wouldn't want the game to get stale. Let's try something else.
I'm going to enjoy watching you fight yourselves. Well, at least I hope so.
I knew you'd be my killers. Well done.
Exiled and unprotected, Nanawe. Let me ease the pain.
Enough of a challenge to break a sweat. What more could I possibly ask of you?
Those Earthlings are being disruptive again. Settle them down.
I'll have to see what I can do about your source of promethium. Can't have sub-8th level intellects playing with proverbial fire.
Sending additional ground forces. The weapon's exposed. I'm sure you'll attack it now. All units, give Dr. Quinzel the attention she so desperately craves. Do you think they'll thank you? What future do you have to offer these humans?
Always boomerangs. Your predictability will be your downfall, Harkness.
All right, that's enough cannon fodder, Earthlings. Find something that can really hurt you. What you suppose means more to your young ally? Her plant's pain or your cause?
You're about to see much more of the invasion.
3, 2, 1. Celebrating before the game is over? How human of you. Don't you know this is my game? I make the rules. Yes, you know who I am. Second-level intellect. Fight or flight. I'm not letting you do either just yet. I want to show you what happens next. Let's call it a sneak preview. Perhaps you were too busy ending the Kryptonian to notice. But my invasion continues. The invasion always continues. New Kolu will be reborn. In your universe. In every universe. I'm making it a universal constant. And that brings me to you four. How did you defeat my Justice League? You four. With your chaos. Your every fractal failure. Your every inexplicable success. Pure. Unpredictable. Fascinating. The margin of error. I've got it. Ha ha. It's you. Well, I can't remove you from the equation now. There's too much to learn. Better to own you. I will unlock your full potential to serve me. Floyd Law. Your code, your attachment to your progeny. We don't need those. I will make you into the greatest assassin in the multiverse. Harleen Quinzel. Such destructive potential. Held in check by your friends. For me, you'll burn this Earth down. And why stop at one Earth? Connected to my intelligence, Nanawe,
you'll have the knowledge you crave, as you devour all who would resist my enlightenment. And you, Digger Harkness, I'll give you what you've sought all your life. Ah, the Suicide Squad. A fitting moniker, given how the next few minutes will proceed. A bit on the nose, possibly. Oh, how about this? I'm going to break your bodies, hollow out your minds, and rebuild you as my pets. No, I thought we'd try something a bit different, just for fun. My name's Vril Dox. I'm the fastest man alive. Keep your meager, base-level intellects out of my data. New Kolu. You must admit, it sounds so much more resonant than Earth. Such aggression. Be assured I will focus it on a common goal. What I command. All forces, do not be fooled by this insurgency. They are the last line. There is no more help coming. Converge, integrate. Tear them down. Shall I make you something to spar with? That sounds entertaining.
I might not share his debilitating desire to do good.
Let's determine which Earth is fitter, shall we?
You're wasting your potential on this Earth, Nanawe. Don't you see? We have a future as kings of a new world. Let's not prolong the inevitable. The shark has fallen. Warriors, retrieve his fin for me, will you? I was thinking, what would the ingeniously named Suicide Squad enjoy? The answer seems obvious. Extremely perilous situations. I hope you're as excited as I am.
New worlds can feel like a minefield. In this case, quite literally.
Trifling rebellion. You earthlings. Too weak, too little, too late. You should have let me kill you at home, Task Force X. Save you all this trouble. You're going to damage a complex machine of my design. Cute. You won't save your world's ecology this way, Task Force X. You won't save it at all. Demonstrate our might to the little botanist. Strike at her plant.
Is this performance truly worthy of my attention, Joker? You can have it, for now.
Sorry, Hack. You should have known your code was outmatched. This could go either way. Consider me intrigued, phasing in my warriors. Watch yourselves. A spectacular failure. It's almost impressive, really. Exploit its vulnerability. Soon enough, I'll exploit yours. Whatever you've taken, whatever you've learned, it won't be enough. I've met other versions of you before on my great exodus. None of them have made me laugh. Perhaps clowns just aren't funny. It looks like you are capable of some things, Task Force X. Finally as fast as your mouth, Harkness. You'll trip up soon enough. End of the line, Joker. How does it feel? My beam has already taken 2. Now would be the time to bow out, Task Force X. There is no room for subtlety, Task Force X. We're playing for keeps. More specimens to serve New Kolu. Find them, change them, would you? Yes. Chipping away at a superior construction. Look at that. Just like your Earth fireworks. Only the celebration is all mine. I'm not averse to a show of strength. My troops are designed to press on against overwhelming odds. The last terminal is not yours yet. Yes, Lawton. But what if I allowed you to do some real damage? My threat matrix has identified freeze as our greatest risk. Men like you
never get their happy ever after, Harkness.
A regretful loss for you. There can't be many humans left now, can there?
Sending you support, my warriors. Defeat those insurgents, zeroing in on their location. Stand by for phasing. You can become so much more on New Kolu. More than an assassin. More than a father. More than you've ever dreamt of.
If I were you, I'd be concerned she might turn her toxins on humanity. At any moment.
A mistake of my last consciousness, considering all of you uninformed. Believe me when I say it won't happen again.
I can't guarantee your safety trespassing on my experimental Earth, Task Force X. Quite the opposite, in fact.
How do you do it? I mean to find out. Statistically, and one day soon, invasively.
So like your Earth hamsters, running endlessly, going nowhere. What are you attempting now?
It seems my units did not perceive the full parameters of take and hold. When she tires of using her plants for your ends, she'll use them for her own. Something to consider. You thought that would impair my unit. Perhaps I should reassess your intellect rankings.
Kal-El has lent me quite the throwing arm.
Well, no sense crying over spilt nanofluids. For every terraformer you take down, I add a century to your penance on New Kolu. I'll let you do the math. Oh, if you want me to phase in larger weapons, you could just ask.
Now that's what I like to see. My enemy's ambitions reduced to wreckage.
The emitter is online. You probably won't enjoy this, Task Force X.
I've been able to balance this equation. Here, let me show you the work. A derivative spectacle, Joker. I've seen this all before.
Hack. We really should be collaborating, not fighting.
And you thought you could be rehabilitated, Harley. You'll find no redemption here. Does it frustrate to be surrounded by inferior warriors, Shock? I can alleviate that burden so easily.
By my calculations, your trick could shift the odds. You're losing a terminal, Task Force X.
You can't think your way out of this one, Dr. Frias. Task Force X. So toxic you've melted my shield. I need a new one.
Despite this humiliating display, I still want Deadshot claimed.
Fine. One terminal for Task Force X. Your rivals have pulled ahead.
This sabotage has only shortened your already infinitesimal lifespans.
Phasing over one of my terminals. Sneaky, Task Force X.
I know it must feel like you're making progress, but let me assure you, you aren't.
Well done, Task Force X. Your actions have minutely altered this facility's efficiency. This weapon is targeting entirely at random. You taught me to embrace chaotic variables.
The insurgents are scrabbling at the network again. Intercede, calculators out, and pencils ready, Task Force X.
Ready to sterilize the combat area. That includes you, Task Force X. Ensure that incubator continues production.
Which will run out first, Task Force X? Your shield strength or your own? Get a wager. Warriors, it seems Harley Quinn's nuisance will continue.
The barrier between Earths is coming down in 10 seconds. I have multiple facilities standing by for phasing. This isn't even one of them.
I've assigned my best units to the task of finding you. They yearn to please me.
I wager this beam will be the end for one of you.
Where are they? Do not let them escape.
Do or die. Isn't that what Earthlings say? And you did. And you died.
For once our goals are aligned. You don't want to rescue my Joker, and I don't plan to relinquish him.
Integration is your fate, Lawton. You may delay it, but there is no escape. You aim to frustrate me. Such antagonistic behavior, and after all we've been through.
You Earthlings love to destroy what you don't understand. Kaluans are very different. We study a subject intently before destroying it. How many Earth must I kill you on before it sticks, Joker? Just let go.
Defenseless runts. This will remind you just how small and soft you really are.
Here we are again, Task Force X. You trying to steal from me, and my forces stopping you. You wanted my attention? Well, now you have it. Are you still feeling so brash?
And I thought this was a foregone conclusion. Well played.
Ah, the Kryptonian reserves are replenished. Where were we?
Local units, you are meat shields.
All new terminals to defense. You've seen 2 Earths that have fallen to me now. It's almost a shame to stop you here before you take in the whole collection. Units, stay on your toes. Don't let Harkness get close. True, you're nothing if not disruptive. Not even the fundamentals will stick with you. I'll break you down into something even simpler. And much smaller.
Let's try something new. Revising firing pattern. Scrambling my communications, Task Force X. Whatever are you up to? And yet you'll push on with 2 down. You really are short-sighted. Divert a patrol deployment to respond to network intrusion. Oh, I wanted to circle back on the matter of my terraformers. Since you last destroyed one, I've created many more. We've taken negligible losses. Firing beam. Come now, do you really believe Harkness is worth your precious energy? Won't come easily, eh, Lawton? No matter. Any prize worth seizing is worth fighting for. I finally see why Kal-El was so excessively jovial. Heat vision. Overrun the smaller growth. It won't take much effort to integrate. Congratulations. You've slowed the lancing of this festering pustule of a planet. I do so hate this Earth.
Is it penance that drives your violence, Joker? You do have such a very long slate to wipe clean. I've been waiting for an opportunity to test this. Vulnerable, forsaken. This must feel familiar, Quinzel. This is what you wanted. Take your best shot.
I can see they've ruptured an incubator. Focus on the defense.
Interesting. Perhaps squats were the answer.
I was curious when the artillery would come online. Weak points secured. Now deal with Task Force X.
Joker is on the battlefield without cover. Call his bluff, warriors. Incineration is a very effective means of problem-solving. Captain Boomerang fallen. The deadweight is dying. What a shame. Why haven't they been integrated yet? I am trying to terraform this planet. It requires a focused mind. What's the Earthling term? Flies in the ointment? Buzz along now. You cannot let the clown massacre you like this. Take him down.
My units might be weakened, but they're hardly out of the game yet. All units, your effectiveness must outpace the plant's growth.
Continue your fun at my expense, Joker. We will see who has the last laugh.
This hack phased over one of my terminals. Recover my property.
I did consider that you might succeed, but then I remembered. You're profoundly foolish.
You were close, Task Force X, but only close.
Even if you join me, I'm afraid I can't be the parental figure you so obviously crave, Holly. Kaluan parental relationships are more complicated than disappointing mummy and daddy. A question for all units on the ground. They haven't been stopped yet. Why? Rather more helpless than I would expect a lone wolf to be, Floyd Lawton. Truly uninspiring that you cannot survive on your own, Harkness. This assault smacks of desperation. I understand. If I was in your position, I'd be desperate too. Deploying more troopers.
This wouldn't happen with pure Kaluan technology. But I work with what I've taken.
You don't want to be a pet or a sidekick, Harley, and you don't have to be. I could give you your own world, formed in your image.
Directly attacking the plant mind should show her the error of her ways.
I've changed my mind about eliminating Luther. I think I'll leave him the sole survivor of another world. Just for fun. I hope you don't trust Luther. I've witnessed his actions on multiple Earths, and they seldom benefit others. Care to make things a little more interesting? No. That's unfortunate.
I'm relaxing my frustration inhibitor. All units, finish the task you started. Stopping me incubator by incubator will take considerable time, Task Force X.
Let's get heavy units on the ground and end this flight of fancy.
How long can you last? Cut off from one another.
All units, I'm activating a network-wide reboot of aggression inhibitors. No cause for concern.
This isn't the time for posturing, Nanawe. Let's be serious with one another. You were made for greater things.
The base Earthling need to be the best version of themselves is at the core of my latest study.
It's of no consequence. Defeat the insurgents. Continue your preset tasks.
Thinking of our last engagement triggers my pain receptors. Still, the data's compelling. Oh, so you're travelers of the multiverse now. I do hope you've considered the risks. Atoms torn asunder,
Face's cellular makeup scrambled. So much to go wrong. Clearly a better comedian than a fighter, Joker. What a disappointment.
All that to disable one incubator, Task Force X. You'll have to up your efficiency. This facility is already a sunk cost. Do your worst, Task Force X. You always do. The Earthlings have what they came for. Incoming forces. Do not let them cross back over. I'm afraid you're about to lose one of my terminals, Task Force X. Even the most primitive life forms can evolve, after all. Interesting.
Misjudged the data again, Freeze. Perhaps it's time to acknowledge your shortcomings.
How long do you think your world can hold out against my military might? Do you want a hint?
Think about it. A real army, under our command. My new Kodo will be unstoppable with your ruthlessness, Lawton. What's for the clown's tricks? She's armed with explosives.
We stand on the knife's edge. Victory. Or Earthlings overrunning our systems. Whatever you find, whatever you steal, it won't be enough, Earthlings.
Your shield wanes like the resilience of your species, Earthlings.
The shark appears to be the true strength of Task Force X. This feeling, is it pity? Network clear. Better luck next time, Task Force X.
Left with only a boomerang for defense.
Looks like you've done it, Task Force X. Isn't that just lovely for you? Well, if it isn't the funny man. Here to attack my weapon. Target the smaller growths. Make the plant mine work for her nutrients. You've exposed its weak point. Interesting. All you still cling to, my terminals will turn against you.
I do hope that suit doesn't numb the pain. I'd hate to think you're missing it.
Look at them. It's like sending chimpanzees with hammers to decrypt a neural network. That's the sound of my forces coming for you. Get ready.
You fell so easily for Waller's bait, Nanawe, and here you are, wriggling on a jagged hook. I can free you from this so-called life.
How to counter a strategy when there is no strategy?
Yes, call for help, Harkness. Pretend they haven't hoped for this all along.
How is the plant faring? Earthling conservation efforts do always come too late, don't they?
How is your locomotive potential at the moment? Why choose these people over me? I've only ever lauded your abilities, your intellect. I can see the real Harleen.
They're facing over another terminal. Rooftop emplacement secured. Swat those Earthlings from the sky. We'll stop them here. All reinforcements. Target the interlopers.
Lend me your power. In turn, I'll relieve you of all your mortal burdens. It's a good deal, Lawton. As much of a compromise as I will offer. You've done your homework. I should warn you, some of my iterations have their own quirks of personality. You aren't heroes, Task Force X. Just irksome rodents, gnawing at circuitry you cannot comprehend. Oh, Harley. We all knew you'd crash and burn sooner or later.
Enjoy this brief respite from incineration. Stealing, hack? Really? You should come over to the winning side. 2 left to kill.
A chilling round of applause for our would-be heroes.
Can you defeat the odds? It will amuse me to watch you try. Rejects from a planet of 3rd-level intellects have scrambled Kaluan technology.
Integration would give you more knowledge than your enfeebled mind can handle, Boomerang. I'm surprised they let you fall in combat, Harley. They'd be dead in seconds without you. When New Kolu rises, I'll remember these last flailing moments of your doomed defense. All surviving units, put an end to Joker's massacre.
The main plant is immature, vulnerable. Units, take it down.
It's to be a tug of war, then. Need I remind you who created phasing?
Oh, defenseless and endangered. Eager for extinction, Nanawe?
I'm being drawn into your silly little Earthling struggles. Time for a mind cleanse.
I want that outlying plant under control. Deploy and do it.
All units, stop the Earthlings from any further interdimensional travel. Consider this your highest and only priority.
That's my terminal, Task Force X. Spread out and engage the smaller growths. They respond to pain stimuli. Anytime now, Task Force X. Make a mess. Activate the fight state in my amygdala. I suppose you should claim your petty victories where you can get them.
Earthling nervous systems don't play well with this pulse. Adding mass to the equation was the right choice.
Nanawe, just a reminder that you're putting your life on the line for humans. Duplicitous, vivisecting humans. Ooh, unexpected. So, truly, failure should never be rewarded. That one slipped right through your fingers. Come, Task Force X. And remember that every step you take brings you closer to New Konu. And nearer to me. You're wasting their time, Lawton. Let's see how this affects your squad's performance. Increasing search capacity to granular level. Then, crush them. To granular level. Units, increase your efforts before you're exterminated by toxins. Task Force X, have you been killing my units again? You know that won't end well. You are troublesome. Now you die. I'm correcting the error. You're not even attempting a covert infiltration. Very well. Dr. Frias is unleashing her true self. Stop her. There are no odds here, Task Force X. Stand still or submit. I'm not picky. A perfect opportunity to introduce a new element. Boomerang, my better nature only goes so far. I install strict limiters on it. Find the Earthlings and halt whatever misbegotten activity they're up to. Data vault defenses are completely eradicated. Well, Task Force X, come for me. I have a stockpile of resources across dimensions. Remember, I could have told you to be careful, but... Oh well, there must be patterns to their behavior. Take back the advantage. Question. Do you ever grow weary of your own banality? No? How curious. You're unmatched, Lawton, but you are still mortal. I could expand your horizons, enhance you further. Kal-El had so much potential as a weapon. I'll see it's put to good use.
Outstanding.
No matter how much of my knowledge you steal, you never learn. You're outmatched and outgunned, Task Force X. How have you resisted our phasing lock for so long? Well, you can let me know in the interrogation. I admit, I did borrow some inspiration from Freeze on the rapid cooling ratios. Has Luther told you that your arrangement is mutually beneficial? I've seen his work before. Betrayal is his modus operandi. Can you imagine a world devoid of water, Nanawe? I can. And I can exile you there. Threat assessments are showing Freeze is our preeminent threat. You've made so many friends, Nanawe, and now you get to die for them. That was the optimum number of units to facilitate your demise. It's nearly time to take your final bow, Quinzel. Don't disappoint. More time working with Kryptonian physiology has given me better mastery over... But show, don't tell. That's what I like to see. Subjugated Earthlings. Savor this, Suicide Squad. Memories are foundational. And when you're mine, I'll personally scour yours out. Human life is so fragile, so easily lost. But not once it joins with me. How many times will you come to Boomerang's aid before you admit he's a detriment to your team? Take note, Task Force X. The obvious strategy can be the most effective. A surprise win for the squad. My forces, my enemy, and a handful of cowering weaklings. Shall we begin? Your window is closing, Task Force X. Will you be able to slither through? Another joins my network. The lead is yours. To press or to lose. You've done me a favor by choosing to die here, Earthlings. Nice and tidy. You stole it, but you couldn't keep it, could you? Task Force X. Neurotoxins again. The child's field of study is quite limited. It didn't have to be this way, Task Force X. You chose your fate. Quite the maneuvers, Harkness. And what's more, carrying it out all by yourself. Do excuse me, Task Force X. I have more pressing matters to attend to. They don't know what they're doing, but they do it so chaotically that it very nearly works. You're capable of putting your minds together to shoot something. A loss, but not a defeat. Recover any remaining terminals. All units, Freeze is your primary target. Let's see how long that remains disconnected, shall we? I don't need to break down your defenses. Just the plant's cellular structure. Units, use the remaining incubators to bolster your ranks.
You've shown your hand, lost your advantage. Now I can plan for you. Have you forgotten that I control Earth too? Your heroics are empty. Axial tilts are so fragile. Time to show you the extent of my new arsenal.
Locking onto that terminal. Soon it'll be back on the skull ship. A command decision. I appreciate being saved for cleanup.
Yes, retreat through your portal, while there's still an Earth on the other side.
Focus on your immediate victory. I wouldn't want to draw your attention to the ongoing invasion.
Since you're disrupting my plans, I'll have to disrupt you.
Win or lose, I'm building an evidence-based solution for your defeat, Task Force X. Do not let this pillaging of Kaluan knowledge go unanswered. So be it. An admittedly impressive showing by your hacker.
Beaten by inclement weather, Task Force X. Attention, units. Freeze is giving vent to her pent-up aggression.
You'll get your comeuppance, Earthlings. All units. Protocol is divide the insurgents and suppress the plant.
My warriors have proven their worth and disproved yours.
Deploying protective barriers around the weapon. Take solace. You all died by the beam together.
You surpass my predictions, Boomerang. Can you maintain the pace? You have a knack for underachieving, Boomerang, honed over a lifetime. Let me wring a more spirited performance out of you.
No shields, Lawton.
Don't make this too easy for my warriors. I want them and their awful little hands kept away from my terraformer. Oh dear, Harkness. I hope your defenses can come back. I always knew you were a cold, calculating killer like me, Freeze. Your talent for destruction is impressive, Quinzel. It's why I play our little game.
This reminds me of my own subterfuge, when I had to acquire my fellow Kaluan's great works. Terminal reacquired, for the glory of New Kolu.
You kept running suicide missions until probability solved the issue for me. Yes, very good. Teamwork makes the dream work. I shall extinguish that dream. Units, keep your eyes trained on the clown. She's leading this engagement.
A drawback to using Earthlings as my units. They cannot appreciate what they protect. Kaluans wouldn't have stood for this. All the pointless Earthling lives you extend by destroying my terminals. Such a shame.
Phase in units preloaded with extreme prejudice. I'm preoccupied with matters in another dimension. Attention all. The Resistance believes they can shut down a terraformer. Correct them.
Was she relying on you for defense? That's unfortunate.
I haven't anticipated any interruption to this facility. Know this, Earthlings. Your shields will fall, and then so will you.
Don't let them get any closer. I have a terraforming program that requires my attention. My resources are infinite. The bus will fall, the city will fall. All in time. Victory is close, but not assured. Maintain control of that terminal. Did I not deploy sufficient forces to capture the plant mind? That must be it.
Is my little testbed so different to your own world? Garish, virulent, stewing in its own toxins. If you have feedback on the swing compared to the throw, I hate to hear it. No. I overlooked some human variable in my calculations. I have the data. This will not happen again. You've come a long way from a filthy backwater at the edge of this world. I could help you go so much further, Boomerang. So eager to return to my experiment. My goal was to isolate Joker's degeneracy, but to you, it's a magnet. Aren't we overstretching? Thinking in multiple realities is more of a 12th level intellect thing. Not much variation here. But there is potential.
Keep the data, Task Force X. I have extensive backups.
A tip. I wouldn't stand too close to your vanquished foes if I were you. Your commitment to failure is almost admirable. You're tremendous losers.
Look again. The crystal is already rebuilt.
Why prolong the inevitable, Joker? You, defenseless, and me, well, being me.
The purple gunk you spill is the stuff of creation. Not ones to appreciate genius, though, are you?
You're on borrowed time, Task Force X. Hurry along now. Despite how distressingly ill-prepared you always are, this distraction is useful. I knew the thrill of combat would ignite your fire, Lawton. Let's see how brightly it can burn.
Telling you the result would have spoiled it. But, I calculated this outcome.
Do not forget, Task Force X. Every unit you terminate here only strengthens the remainder.
Don't feel bad, Task Force X. Your 2 squad mates were doomed when my beam first targeted them. Do you understand yet that your effort is wasted?
Always destroying what's beyond your ken. My warriors, the fallen king crawls back to his throne. Debase him again. Harley, what about Ivy? I could save her. Use her. Give her a world to make beautiful and green. Once New Colo is made, I'll allow it. So this is what you chose to do with your free will. It's better that I take control of your fate.
You'll have to work faster than my nanotechnology. Is that a Promethean-based shield? All forces, the Earthlings have a new toy.
I will give you the enhancements necessary to reach your full potential, Harkness. Consider that. All the boomerangs at your disposal. I am still terraforming your pitiful planet, which means your victory rings as hollow as your heads. This isn't sparing an Earth from colonization, only denying it my empire.
My apologies. I seem to have burned 3 of your friends alive.
Task Force X, my preference is to disassemble you with scientific rigor. But if you force my hand...
I wouldn't want the fight to be too lopsided. This keeps it engaging. I acquired that data from a conquered world. My conquered world. It belongs to me.
I'm nothing if not an adapter to adversity. Through my Terminauts, I have changed countless futures.
You enjoy finding trouble, and I'm only too happy to provide it to you. Units, engage. I'll let the microwave emitter finish you, Task Force X. Foolish Earthlings. You'll burn on every Earth.
I've always been fascinated by the Speed Force. Now I'll experience its power firsthand, as I use it to dismember you.
Recreating a molecular shield is a simple matter. To me, rest assured, you will be an integral part of this invasion now. You can't shoot or pummel your way out of what's coming, Task Force X.
Such potential, Freeze. Join me, and I'll show you what you're truly capable of. A perfectly good shield's ruined already. A redeployment is in order.
Deploy to the outlying plant growth and proceed with integration.
You may have bested the Man of Steel, but I'm his superior in every way. Oh, Task Force X, your efforts have been commendable, but you really should give up now. It's an honor to die by Kaluan arms, Harkness. A captain's death. Perhaps your squad mates will prove easier to permanently subdue, Deadshot. Don't look so smug at your escape, Joker. Oh, perhaps that's simply your face. I factored deviations into my schedule, but clearly I need to re-estimate your level of deviancy, Task Force X.
I'm neither angry nor disappointed. I am beyond emotional fluctuation. Reduced force effectiveness already. Recalculate. The microwave emitter is coming online. I don't know what Luther told you, but this world put up a pointless fight before I integrated it. Second nature to you four. Sabotaging what's greater than you.
I'm picturing your defeat, Task Force X. And where there's a will, there's a way. A few more brutes should test your willpower.
With you taken care of, consider the child's environmental protest halted. Look alive, Boomerang. Your shield's gone, and now it's my turn. I'm reading significant growth of the biomass. Not ideal.
More forces incoming. Do keep up, Task Force X. To you, this invasion is the most pressing event in your brief lives. To my infinite network, just another cycle.
We almost had that one. You've got us, Task Force X. They're facing more terminals. Didn't I warn you that I'm a wave you cannot possibly hope to overcome? I want that plant reduced to a calcified husk, and the child phased to me.
What you lack in finesse, you make up for in tenacity. Shame. There's no point running for cover.
More reinforcements. You have no excuses now. What motivates you to save Lawton? Is it guilt? Fear of some divine retribution?
Ready for a challenge? I was thinking... mines.
If it's a war of attrition you're after, you may want to reconsider. Time is not one of the few allies you still have. Emitter coming online. Task Force X, Try not to look directly into the microwave beam.
I have a conjecture to prove, and you are such excellent test subjects.
You run like a dog chasing its own tail. It will get you nowhere.
What exactly are you hiding from me? Will it be disappointing? The destruction of Krypton perplexes me. All this power, and they couldn't defend themselves.
Your minor victories mount. Death by 1,000 cuts. Isn't that what you say? Well, I don't bleed.
A valid point. I can hardly expect a sub-8th level intellect to envision your future.
My terminals are so far advanced. I'm amazed you continue to try. Your ruse has failed. So have you, Task Force X.
Observe, units. You would be wise to end Nanawe before he ends you. Some free advice, Task Force X, as novices to the multiverse. Splitting your attention between two worlds is a sure way to lose one of them. You Earthlings have superstitions about cold winds, correct? I suggest heeding them.
Recover the terminals, and the Earthlings' remains.
One moment, Task Force X, and this body will be restored.
It appears that three of you have no common sense at all. Did you truly expect different? Your capacity for overestimation is astounding.
A defeat that will echo through dimensions. Delicious.
The outbreak can be halted, but it's entered its final phase, detecting my property in the Earthlings' possession. I want it back. Task Force X, you left one of yours to the beam. You won, yes. A confluence of events in your favor. Two Earthlings with one beam. Excellent. Divide force delivery across those minor plants. Unlike you, my forces will not tire. You only hurt yourselves with this game.
Your anomalies with a misplaced confidence in common. Oh, do stay longer, Task Force X. We've already dug your graves on this world.
A well-earned win. It seems I should start calling your world Earth Prime. You've absconded with my terminals. No matter. My forces will recover them.
All those secret failures and indignities, Boomerang? Join me before they learn what kind of monster you really are. Oh, look at him. A new destroyer is born.
Stop, Earthlings. Stay! We can negotiate this like reasonable beings holding assault weapons.
Helping your friends is a noble cause, but you know that there's more out there. More than this world's surface and seas. And that I could give it to you.
Do not let them gain control of any other terminals.
You've crossed space and time, only to fail on this world as well, Joker. Such rage inside you, Lawton, and so misguided.
You can't just cross over and run, Earthlings. Not without a fight. To the death.
The sensation of my surrogate body crushing your skulls. As a treat.
Unleash the artillery and watch the Earthlings run.
Join my conquest, Harley. You could be ruthless without restraint. Release the monster you are inside.
The next generation of incubators will benefit enormously from your integration.
Fresh from another dimension. More troopers. If you want to meet Joker, I can arrange a laboratory visit aboard the ship. A hands-on experience. Hurry home to your masters, little Earthlings. I'm sure they've kept your kennels warm.
Confident of you. Sending out such an obvious signal. Let me show you the error of your conviction. The local forecast calls for a hail of artillery.
Why aren't your own Suicide Squad here to save you, Joker? Ah, yes, you murdered them. I know you think you want to be free, Deadshot. I'd give you real freedom. From choice, morality, guilt.
Not very forgiving of failure, is she? An admirable trait.
Fighting was what you did best. But your best wasn't sufficient. Disregard the tower. Regain the scan lock on them. The Joker's returning to the sleep of stasis. Units, go and tuck him in. Oh, wretched little Boomerang. What's one more defeat, really? My weapon has gone quite mad. Force, heat, mass. Simple arithmetic, but effective.
She's industrious, your little botanist. But her power is wasted on this doomed defense. I must ponder why the beam only eliminates two of you. Not to distract from your victory, but it's going to bring me endless pleasure to dissect you like one of your Earth frogs. All units, increase prejudice against Earth flora by 10%. No, 15.
The efficacy of this lightning is just as expected.
Show me your power. Best my warriors, I'll give you my favor. Spending precious conquest time clearing bugs out of my network.
Pitiable, Harkness. But look at the bright side. You won't be mourned. Look at this. Disruption, noise, chaos. It's very you, Task Force X. This cavalier attitude you've adopted. It doesn't make you debonair, Captain. It makes you a laughingstock.
Do you know your little jammer is interfering with mission-critical systems, Task Force X? You'd have tried to stop life crawling out of the primordial ooze. But we like it in the ooze.
Join me, Harkness, or I might be inclined to imprison you in a world filled with your worst nightmares.
The stolen data, irrelevant. The defeat, minor. But the statistical noise, oh, that's the stuff. What does your win here mean to me? Less than nothing.
Freezes down. All forces, finish what you started on her world.
Beam firing. 3, 2, 1. Such interesting technological foibles. Or was that simply human error? There's more where that incubator came from. Exponentially more.
Do you hope to dissuade me from taking Quinzel? Should I obliterate her instead? Have you ever faced your true natures, Task Force X? Now I'm giving you the opportunity. Ship, phase when ready. I have time enough for anticipation.
Units. How have the Earthlings overcome an incubator's protection?
Is the weapon upset somehow? Are you really that irritating, Task Force X?
And here I had the impression that you didn't care about people other than yourselves.
Ah, Suicide Squad. I was drawing my studies on this world to a close. She's strong-willed, this poison ivy infant. But when she outgrows you, she'll see empathy is a human condition.
I will find the pattern behind your randomness. I like a challenge.
Units, do not waste this direct connection to my ship. Compared to my League-infused troops, you may wonder what use I could have extracted from you. I'm questioning it myself. There are always more towers, more units. I hold the advantage.
No longer interested in playing hide and seek? Then let's see how you fare against my onslaught.
Joker's on his last legs. Put this clown in the ground for good. Just embrace the integration, assassin. Let New Kolu make use of you. Of all my anomalies, you steal the most unpleasant specimen. It does fit your behavioral patterns. What's the matter? Fight not going as well as you hoped.
Making a stand here is foolish in the extreme. I'll enjoy watching you cope with the results. Network Earthling free. This conquest is looking up.
You enjoy this, don't you, Lawton? Perhaps you're not as noble as you think.
I have the numbers to overrun you completely. Let's see if you're up to the task of staying alive.
Is it really worth all this slaughter to take a tower offline? You outperform my own commanders, Lawton. That is until I make you one of them.
I'm not sure you have the will to keep on like this, if all you can manage is to hide. A loss we both feel, I assure you. 3 seconds. Fight for your lives.
The chill down your spine is your impending doom. And this bludgeoning instrument.
You will be disciplined appropriately for this puerile temper tantrum, Task Force X. The emitter is online. No point in running, Task Force X.
Zero in on their location. And while you're at it, do brutalize their bodies. A little quick preparation first.
Task Force X, you are only frustrating me in line with my simulations. Why slow my data accrual? What does humanity have left to hide, other than its shame?
It does bring me comfort to see your efforts exploded across the sky.
Watch the skies, Task Force X. Your doom is coming. Maintain control. Recover my terminal. Time to meet your ultimate match. The other squad, warriors, do not lose another terminal. The simplest of combat units, not my war machine, brought you low. Tremendous data.
Task Force X, how many fronts can you fight on before your comprehension collapses? Shall we find out?
No matter the Earth, you're just petty thieves. And I will reclaim what's mine.
Yes, you've bought some future Earth days of reprieve. Your Justice League would be proud.
Ground forces. If Task Force X makes it to the terraformer, You will greatly regret it. I just hate to see such prowess go to waste, Lawton. It's all there in your head, waiting. To an earthling, you're strong, Nanawe, but I could shatter every bone in your body like coral. Unless you join me. Then I will make you truly invincible. Different dimensions, same annoying Task Force X jamming my communications. You might feel like you're making a difference. But the larger picture says otherwise. Boomerang is running circles around you. Bring him down. My terminals will hold the final incubator until the end. Absolute obedience. The output of this facility has barely fluctuated, Task Force X. I will reacquire them. You may have saved their lives, but not their planet. None of you were able to stand against my forces. Disappointing. If you think this will slow me, if you think my terminals need to lick their wounds, think again. The beam is quite relentless, isn't it? All surviving units, let's put freeze on ice. Nanawe has been sunk. All units, see that he doesn't come up for air. There will always be terminals. Even after this dimension's host pool dries up. Squandering that second chance, I see, Dr. Frios. Deploying aerial mines. Enjoy them, Task Force X. Another chance to win my favor. If you survive. A different placement this time to optimize the throughput. Yes. Your little trinkets grow tiresome, Harkness. My ship is still in your Earth's orbit, and your city remains doomed. But don't let that distract from your victory. Apparently a data transmission error requires correction. Your simplistic, outmoded view of warmongering grows tiring. Final terminal. Secure it, and Task Force X will have racked up yet another in a lifetime of failures. Each Earth has a Task Force X, and on each Earth, I collect or kill them all. What makes you think you'll be different? The units responsible for eliminating those four will get a statue on New Kolu. Full body. No busts. Well, well. It seems I brought the cannon, and you brought the fodder. I know you pine for your lives of petty larceny and fleeting stimulations. I've been inside your heads, and I regret it. I've had quite enough exposure to your nonsense. You're not as clever as you believe yourselves to be. Spoken like a king with no crown. Worry not. You'll understand true power soon enough. Mere seconds added to this world's life cycle. I suggest you savor them. Do you see? Superman may have had the brawn, but he lacked the might of my intellect. Yes, come for me again. But consider that all theories of warfare posit that you hold back your strongest assets for the end game. Cowardly and defenseless. Choose one or the other, Harkness. I don't want to tell you how to resist, but a smarter gambit would be to flee to the next Earth I find. Application of a blunt object wins out over advanced technology. This time. Feeling particularly mortal without that shield, Lawton? Well, the strategy of suppressing the plant network was sound, at least. And thus, Task Force X dies as they lived. As stupidly as possible. I could focus your toyman's idealism usefully on New Kolu, instead of vinyl stickers on lunchboxes and laptops. One left. End them. Boomerang is a statistically significant threat. Units, follow the smell. A newly formed destroyer. What an impressive sight. There is a species of information brokers that will pay well for what you stole. Oh, wait. I assimilated their civilization. No matter. I have backups of that terminal. New rooftop fortification. Keep that airspace Task Force X free. Your diminutive scientist has an outsized will, but it won't save her plant now. Do you really believe you're a captain here? Surely you deserve an army to lead, which I can supply. Will you still deny me? Losing every unit in this facility to recapture you? Acceptable. All units, re-engage at the new signal. All units. Current events require a detailed security review. I'm waiting. I enjoy this game, but it is running too long. Eliminate them. Bold move, Task Force X. Tripping my tower scans. What next? Coming out into the open was a mistake. I don't believe in positive reinforcement, Task Force X. You really think you can simply slip into another world and steal from me? And what? use my technology.
Full disclosure, the previous owners may be fused into the satellite.
Earthlings sterilized. Completing terminal recovery.
So this is the might of an Earthling demigod. It will be mine.
You should show better manners when you invite someone to a party. Lay down your arms and integrate. Quietly.
Let this be a lesson. I'll subtract everything of value to you until you're mine. Here lies Harleen Quinzel, a failure and constant disappointment. Units, you've defeated Quinzel. Integration is nigh. Your guard is down, Joker. I expect you're ready to end this, then. You know I can't possibly let this body be compromised. Regenerating. Now. My condolences, Task Force X. It seems you've lost your explosive warhead.
Fascinating that so many of your own allies desire your death, isn't it?
Your killing sprees defy analysis, Joker, but they're not without merit.
You might be able to save these plants, Task Force X, but they will not save you. Watch your fellow Earthling burn, like an insect in the sun. You found a weakness in one of my weapons and failed to strike. Try again. In time, I'll strip those toxins from the atmosphere. I'll strip the atmosphere entirely. They've taken control of our terminal. Recover the next objective.
You really should have paid closer attention to your shields, Dr. Frias. But you know that.
Well, you've revealed a weakness. This is your fleeting moment.
Your astonishing recklessness, Harley. It will only get you so far.
Safety is only an illusion. I'll show you. This is one terraformer, in one city, on one planet. Your squad is as myopic as it is suicidal. Your worlds are going out of sync in 10 seconds.
Units, on how many worlds will you be upstaged by this clown?
So you've engaged the child botanist in your extra-dimensional forays. If you believe she was unaccounted for, you're very wrong. Without your guns and gadgets, you're just an Earthling.
Is your plan to build a coalition of whoever you find hiding under a rock on my conquered Earths? How sad.
This ship has conquered worlds, galaxies, and I promise it will conquer you. Oh, I don't doubt you will feel the depth of your kinship when I pluck off their limbs like petals. Look on the bright side, Task Force X. You and your companions' atoms will be in the first cornerstone of New Kolu. The incubator's failsafe is that my units destroy you first.
Joker's got one foot in the grave. Units, usher in his last laugh.
I grow tired of these games. Next time will be different. Prepare yourselves. You put up a good fight, Task Force X. But you are only human, after all. Don't assume you're special, Harkness. You are an anomaly, a fluke, a deviant deviation.
Caught out, Joker. The criminal mastermind. Laughable.
Units, just deal with the offshoots of the main plant. Time is of the essence.
Need I remind you, Harley, they put you in a box and abandoned you. As one of my favorite lieutenants, no one would ever forget you. You animals become so delightfully vicious when you're cornered, Harkness.
I'm receiving your signal loud and clear, Task Force X. Leave the hacking to the competent, Task Force X.
I'm playing hard and fast, as you Earthlings say, with space-time stability. I hope nothing untoward happens.
Still on borrowed speed, Harkness. If only there was a scientist willing and able to splice the full power of the Speed Force inside you. You risk your life for the very people who discarded you, Quinzel. And Quinzel cries for help. Perhaps we shall witness the tears of a clown. One last terminal and you pesky Earthlings will be out of my network.
Feeling a little ragged? I think you've got bigger problems to worry about.
You've abandoned your Earth to become cinders on this one. Let's see how Task Force X manages these reinforcements. Time to bring you to heel, Suicide Squad.
Joker's on a rampage. Pay attention, Squad, you may be next. He's quite unpredictable.
Popped from the jaws of death, Nanaue. For what? To be a ruler of rubble and ash. Our plant will be much less troublesome when reduced to raw data.
Excessive musculature does have its benefits.
This isn't victory, Task Force X. It's data. An assurance that the next units I send will be ever more powerful. Tired of being surrounded by mediocrity, Dr. Frias?
Come and join the winning side. Your brittle defense will shatter soon, Task Force X. And I've got all the patience in all the worlds.
Ugh, I can smell the microwaved Earthling from here. Excellent progress. Earth plant DNA is so simple to unknit.
Oh, Joker, did you travel across dimensions just to impress me? Let us find a better use of your time.
Your rivals from another Earth are eager to test you in battle. You have an impressive talent for survival, Task Force X. It bears further study.
Watch out for incoming debris.
Your tools may be primitive, but your unbridled blind confidence will prove useful to my network.
Oh, Task Force X, you're just Waller's playthings. I'll make you wish you never fled the toy chest. You're well into your final act, Joker. A parting song, perhaps?
The emitter is online. Time to rid ourselves of Earthling nuisances.
All units. I trust the Earthlings will find this a fortified position. Yet another Joker felled. It surely won't be the last.
Adjusting my projections for Terminaut deployment.
I imagine you are cash poor, Captain. You can repay my losses by joining me. Your single-mindedness could be your strength, Nanaue. Instead, you persist in the face of failure. Know this, Task Force X. Every minor inconvenience you level against me will be repaid 1,000-fold on your world. I'm afraid the weapon is out of my control now. You had your chance to be my scientific models. Now I'm going to have to make you my object lessons. You assume this is a victory. And that is why you shall never defeat me. Protect the network. Show the insurgents lashing out won't solve anything.
My forces will obliterate you. I hope you're ready.
Give in, Quinzel. Your days of service will return soon enough.
Their fear is gone now, I assure you.
I didn't think this would be where you fell. But some outcomes are unpredictable. A thin barrier between life and death, whittling away with each moment. For you, Deadshot, I'll have to come up with a whole new kind of enhanced unit. I'll stop sending cannons when you accept I am the best possible steward for this misbegotten planet. No, we're far from done here, saboteurs. Task Force X is down. On the next Earth, I expect this to happen quicker. Very well. Reclaim your Earthlings. We've harvested exponentially more.
My Terminauts are infinitely replicable. Your current forms are more limited.
Yes, come, Task Force X. Behold the might and magnitude of my new world. I do appreciate an efficient area sterilization. Your misguided allegiance to the surface dwellers is killing you, Nanaue. All units, target Joker as your highest combat priority. Contain his variants. Why prolong this dreary existence, Lawton? Vandals and crooks to the end. You're going to have to step up your revolution to impress me. I will root out your helpers and take them apart, atom by atom. It won't be an enjoyable process for them, but of course, you four don't care, do you?
Copy consciousness, investigate. Removing units' need for respiration. Integration of the plant biomass is in its final stages. No matter where you go, I can find you.
Interesting. It's trying to cauterize its wounds. And you. At least your proclivity for carnage is better than your sense of humor, Joker. Your end is nigh, Dr. Frias. Born in the deep, only to drown on the surface, Nanaue. Pathetic. You do well to remember all of your bodies are weak points. Hurry, Task Force X. Freeze is going cold. You have much in common with my experimental world. Toxic, unpleasant, and a footnote in the creation of New Kolu.
Yes. Suppress the Earthlings with artillery.
How pitiful you look, Nanaue. Scrabbling to prolong your existence. Interesting. These Kryptonian powers have a considerable energy drain. No matter.
My forces are stripping the DNA from her plant, Task Force X. It's the only way to be certain. Units phasing in. Show me your prowess, Earthlings. Surprise me. Defense is the last refuge of the weak.
Lawton is moments from integration. I've been waiting for this.
Have I not faced enough forces to your Earth to keep you occupied? Suppress this smaller biomass to weaken the larger one. You deliver them to such an ignoble death. How sad.
All good leaders know when to send in the cavalry. Scan at 50% resolution. Good, good. I think it's time to take this to the next level.
Why limit my imagination to your capacity? You neglected to calculate the odds of your success. I did not. I do hope you prepared a pithy one-liner for this, Dr. Frias. They're really not your forte.
Try this new firing sequence, Task Force X.
Here you go. More troopers.
Don't fool yourself that I'm keeping score. Have an algorithm.
Nanawe, that Walla can be so cruel, can't she? You deserve better company.
All units, correct your downward effectiveness trend now. A simple variance in my equation. Lost data. Nothing more.
Perhaps another Earth's data thieves will learn of you for one day. A brilliant performance, Harley. May it be your swan song. Scurry home to your feeble, fleeting safety. Before I rip it away, Earthlings. I didn't expect you to be the weak link in this chain, Freeze.
Let's see how they deal with a new firing pattern.
Every moment of calculation I lose, Task Force X, I shall revisit on you in pain. By all means, keep trying to chip away at my advantage, Task Force X. We'll see who outlasts whom. Let go, Lawton. We'll send some flowers to your daughter, Zoe, wasn't it? With the Z. I can't fault you for silencing the Flash, really. And now his powers are at my disposal, without all that incessant chatter.
Oh, this is growing tedious. I could do this until your sun gives out. Task Force X will just have to try to expose that weak point again. Think you have the advantage of preparedness? My units will disabuse you of that notion.
Boomerang, I'm concerned about you. Your friends. Can you trust them? Do they trust you? Or do they simply tolerate you? If you were to wear my patience thin, Task Force X, I can simply reprogram my emotional state. I suppose you think your victory means something. My terraformers will still rend the earth beneath your feet. Count on it.
Refusing my offer of transformation is one thing. But denying it to the rest of your species, what can this plant do to save your Earth that all your technologies couldn't? Your frail human frames were no match for Kaluan intellect.
This is far more glamorous than the ending I anticipated for you, Harkness. Looks like you need a little more opposition, Task Force X.
Make the most of this data. Next time I have you four to myself, there'll be a quiz. Your window for saving the plant is closing. She won't be happy about this, I don't think.
Think carefully, Harley Quinn. What will you do with the last of your 9 lives? Let's be clear. I am the one making verifiable progress here. Whatever you're doing is junk statistics. Quinzel's shield is broken. Make sure she follows.
The plant mind is out in the open. I'm curious about it. Integrate.
How does that Earthling saying go? Step on the mine, blow up your spine. A little tip before you try to steal my experimental subject. Look up cross-contamination. I know you're the biggest threat here, Harkness, even if your friends can't see it.
I can smell the microwaved Earthling from here.
This unexpected synergy has forced some corrections. But be assured, you will be corrected. A 12th level intelligence distributed across 12 bodies is quite capable of multitasking your downfall.
You should really turn your attention to the escape vehicle. Otherwise, it might be overrun. Aha! Another set of soon-to-be less-than vitals. The Earthlings failed to strike the weak points. Now terminate them. A perfect storm of failures in your favor, Suicide Squad. What a statistical treat. Those terminals house our wisdom. My wisdom. Get them back. The terminals are my creation. So yes, I am personally affronted by your actions. I'll have to adjust my metrics for your sporadic bursts of competence. You should know you are disappointing my low expectations.
What do you call an assassin with no armor? A dead man. Pity, Joker. I had such plans for you this time. With Boomerang out of the way, you may actually stand a chance against me.
Down to the last incubator already. Let me see that footage again. So, your little alliance of convenience is flowering once more. Your ham-fisted skills can be sharp enough, I see. I wonder how they'll serve you in the fights to come. Stealing one of my terminals. Really, Task Force X? I was surprised you Earthlings had already begun a plant ecosystem die-off before my arrival.
Boomerang,
As the integration takes hold, consider remaining silent.
Units, do something to stop elevating the assassin's kill count ever further.
Well, now my weapon is just firing wildly. Well done, Task Force X. Time for a stronger application of my powers. You just don't understand what you're up against. The enormity of it. And that is why you'll fail.
A terminal phased away from grubby earthling hands.
After all you've been through, this is how it ends. Surely not, Freeze.
Deploying security walls. They're deadly, Task Force X.
Your theoretical odds of continued survival diminish exponentially each night. Tempting fate is certainly a choice.
Earthling pests swarming around my artillery. Perhaps mines will clear them out.
Ensure the Earthlings don't reach their portal. Excessive force is preferred.
How many incubators do you think I've created in the time it took you to destroy one? Yes, you lead, but the contest isn't over. Let's see how you fare.
I'm impressed you've maintained your focus. What's driving you? A grudge? Fear of Waller? Something more disappointing? You're overdue for obliteration.
Units, Boomerang is the combat leader. We have identified the margin of error. When the reconstruction of New Kolu is complete, it will be a haven for Koluan flora.
We leave the legacies we've earned, Captain Boomerang. Yours will be no exception. At my side, or short, dismal, and absurd.
To me, a simple tool. To you, a supercomputer.
Not even a hint. By my side, you would know all.
Again, life reasserts itself.
Fraternizing with lesser beings hasn't dulled your bite, Nanawe.
Good. Why was that crystal? Mass unit death. I told you units to expect resistance. Now overcome it.
Including this world's Joker. Apparently you ran out of time before you ran out of bullets, Lawton. Haven't you done well? Too well? Perhaps, yes. This world. But I can make it true across every world. Can you imagine that? I need my answers, and I will not be deterred by cretins like you. You'll forgive me stepping up the invasion, but I do have converging timelines to meet. Welcome to the Convergence. I will be archiving this event, so try to acquit yourselves well.
Warriors, if they cripple the terraformer, they cripple all of you. Well, technically, I'll see to that.
Are you so enamored with humans you'll die like one, Nanawe?
Do watch out for hordes. Hot plasma on earthling flesh. It's a balm to me.
Well done.
You turned back the clock of total earthling integration somewhere between a microsecond and a picosecond.
If this is to be a last stand, it won't be an equal one, Nanawe.
I should have had my units scrape that growth off the rooftop. Noted. Power redistributes across the remaining incubators. The system endures.
Look at you. Crumpled, spent, an evolutionary dead end. It's how New Kolu will remember you. Go on, give it your all, Harley. What more do you have to lose? It appears the captain will be joining our ranks shortly. Will you return from the brink this time, Lawton? I wonder.
I've run these conflict simulations millions of times. Where is the error?
You'll run out of ammunition eventually, Lawton. I can wait.
Regardless of your triumph, your ecology is on its way out. I've planned its obsolescence.
So far from home, with just a Promethean security blanket for safety.
A small stakes win. I wouldn't spend too much time congratulating yourselves. My congratulations, and my regrets. When I do eventually win, your loss will be much harder on you.
There have been so many Wallers and Luthers, but I can offer you what they cannot. Not on any Earth. You can say Uncle, Earthlings, but there will be no Uncle. I shall continue increasing the pressure.
You're not here to learn more about me. This is another heist. A whole terraformed planet to explore, and you're robbing me again.
And how are you finding my construct-equipped troops? They're a work in progress, so your feedback is valuable.
Oh no. Half your force depleted by my beam, Task Force X.
Ugh. If you're so eager to fester in mediocrity, I will leave you to it. As an anomaly, you drew my attention, Harkness. Now that you have it, don't squander it. I'm right here, Task Force X. Time to focus.
The smaller growth. Surround and integrate it.
Such power. I will claim those yours as my own, Nanaue.
Let us test how much you can handle at once.
They've reached the terraformer stronghold. It had best be a very strong hold.
You lost that one. Do better.
I like to think that the demon bat would approve of my applications here. How are you feeling, Did my minions strike fear in you?
Every Earth believes it can be the one that stops me. Pride? Naivete? Further study required.
How will you fare against champions from another Earth, I wonder? Your cockiness is astounding. I'm here, along with enough of my own units, to run you into the ground. Reduced incubator output, but still acceptable parameters.
Do bring Joker to the data vault. I clearly didn't use enough of him in the terraforming.
This is testing my patience. I want that plant's head. You think you'll win back your Earth, one incubator at a time? This whole plan looks like an accident waiting to happen. Make sure to stay on your toes. You're going to just let their side win. Push yourselves in the presence of greatness. Hostile greatness, true. Your only instinct is to destroy. How sad.
I'd say I'll retain your ashes for posterity. But who can tell one flake from another? The data harvested from this gruesome display only quickens your integration.
Containing that minor growth shouldn't be an issue.
With enough favor, you can use tactics from my archives to gain an edge. Tricks, if you will.
My new destroyer. Find the Earthlings and... well, you know what to do.
You're so eager to kneel. It's touching, really. There's so much in store, Task Force X. Fight as you will, your reward for staying alive will be to witness evolution. You really intend on breaking your momentum to save a non-human?
Strike your little blows, Task Force X. You called on me simply to test your might. Primitive chest beating.
You're on borrowed time, Task Force X. And you spend it trying to stop the unstoppable.
Units. You have the aggregate data of every engagement with Task Force X. And still you struggle. The last Task Force X was also successful at these little engagements. Until their sticky end.
Oh, the potency locked behind his foolish morality. Prepare yourselves. Dr. Frias, you might want to tweak the defensive parameters on that suit of yours, Oh, scour the zone from orbit.
There is no reprieve from my will.
Units, the clown is making you look like fools. New Kolu will not suffer fools. Oh, the damage to my ship is largely cosmetic. Some failures in my empathy simulation sector. Obsolete, anyway. Mrs. Freeze is compromised. All forces converge on her location.
I can feel one of my terminals being phased away. Secure it now.
This is where you stop running, Dr. Frias. You're mine. My units have disappointed me.
I share her disdain for humanity.
Undercutting your team's odds of survival to increase your own. Shackled by human instincts, Lawton. In truth, I thought a living giant gun was too much. Too human. But it served its purpose.
You've scuffled with a few ground forces, Task Force X. Now prepare to be incinerated.
Too late to save face, Deadshot. Now that we've all seen you fall, what's a clown without his tricks? Let's see. Target Joker.
With so blatant a signal, I expected you had given up. I should have known you were all too thick-skulled for such niceties.
My warriors, I trust this is the Joker's final pratfall. Let's get up close and personal with the plasma beam. Over iterations of my invasion strategy, I solved for the Justice League. Now, I'll solve for you.
It does not behoove you to play with your food before you eat it, Task Force X.
Now that I know the talents at your disposal, I can plan for you. You become part of the equation. Simple.
Quantum code. Is that all they want from me? I have a collection of worlds. Are you sad? Angry? Relieved?
What's the matter, Task Force X?
Not ready for your surveillance close-up. Why has one of my terminals gone? Task Force X, confront the large biomass directly. Protocol, show of force.
Full of surprises, aren't you, Quinzel? I eliminate surprises. Get after them. They're interfering with our scans and my terraforming. The intricacies of the underlying maths
maybe beyond some of you. I can't wait to see what you make of my constructs.
Enhanced communication is live. Task Force X, you know I can see you, don't you? What do you hope to accomplish by vexing me, Task Force X? The quickening of your species' annihilation. Careful what you wish for.
Waller's plan does seem a little desperate. Surely your own planet hasn't run dry of costumed reprobates.
Task Force X is about to decrypt that terminal. Stop them.
Pride comes before a fall, Earthlings. At least for you. My pride will see the perpetuation of New Kolu.
Secure that last terminal, warriors. Remind Task Force X what defeat feels like. Weapon platform. You were instructed to suppress them. But I can work with what's left. On this world, there's more equilibrium for you to disturb. This game of hide-and-seek is infantile. Next time, stay still, so that I can properly crush you. Your jammer is destroyed with no obvious gain. A study in futility, Task Force X.
You managed to overcome my perfect embodiment of the pure might of this disgusting mudball. Could I?
Looks like a new bomber has hatched. Kill Task Force X for me. The little botanist will wish her plant had stayed underground, hiding like animals, and praying for a savior when I'm here, ready to welcome them.
Seriously, did I miss anything? I was triangulating around a future space-time bleed. After you come for me and fail, I may strand you here for eternity. Or until chaos eats the world from within. Whichever comes first. Oh, Joker, your shields are down. Let's settle this.
Even with the Speed Force, you can't go faster than fate, Harkness.
I was under the impression you prided yourself on self-reliance, Freeze.
My warriors, the Shark's impressive brutality is not just a threat. It is a challenge. Looks like you might have hit a wall here, Task Force X.
Everyone on this world wants you dead, Task Force X.
A multiversal constant, I suppose. Units, try to avoid Quinzel's sideshow act. A vexing loss, but I've considered worse outcomes. Close isn't good enough, Task Force X. I've regained what's mine. As part of my network, they won't hold a grudge. You alone will have to live with your failure.
Remember, I have scrutinized every defective neuron, axon, atom in Joker's head. I know what you've got yourselves into.
Impressive lethality, Lawton. Let's see if you have the stamina to match.
You will never have these people's approval, Harleen.
But you could have mine. They've lingered long enough for their shield to fail. Get them. Fail here, and the match is lost. Will pressure be a boon or burden? Your attempts to drop my defenses are admirable, if misguided, Earthlings. Come for me, and I will integrate you.
Submit to me, Harkness. We can prove your superiority together.
In spite of the Earthlings' best efforts, we have our terminal. Resistance on this world still has the spark of novelty.
You like calculating the odds, Lawton. Let me ask you, is this the best way to protect your kin? Trying the patience of a world-conquering genius.
Evasive maneuvers. Lawton's feeling trigger-happy. All units, the toxins will reduce your life expectancy. Increase productivity accordingly. Geographic area near Gotham Metropolis. View customs. Ugh! Delete memory. A direct link to my ship should make short work of this search. Let's see what acts faster, Task Force X. You, or the cellular destruction of the plant?
A question for you four. Do any of you know what terraforming is?
At a loss for words, Task Force X. Perhaps a compliment to its creator would break the ice. May the fields of New Kolu be mulched with your allies' nutrients and calcium-rich bones. Your life will amount to nothing, Lawton, but it doesn't have to be that way. Deadshot. Isn't that redundant, Floyd? After you join me, you can choose a new name. In fact, I'd encourage it. You've driven a living gun into a state of rage. I'm almost impressed. You think I don't know where you are? What it is you're planning? You are anomalies. I think all surviving units. Do not let the female clown make you look like fools. As you like a challenge, try this. Harley, I would never let that happen. You fought. But what's more important is that you lost. You were too late to stop what's happened here, Earthlings. And soon, it'll be too late for you. One should always try to begin with proven theory.
Heat vision felt a touch primitive, but actually, it's enjoyable.
What my terminals cannot convert, my forces will destroy. It's true, my network wasn't built to anticipate teenage Earthlings spamming them.
Effective application of force.
These machines are only a hint of what I'm capable of. I am a sun in supernova, amongst impotent little asteroids. You're just full of cheap tricks, aren't you, Joker?
Clever hack. Phasing over one of my terminals. So few saved in the end. Do their lives really make a difference? Upgrading all units with a sense of shame at that defeat. Also, increased vindictiveness.
Deicide and regicide in one fell swoop. A decadent pairing, Nanawe.
I'm curious why you steal what I would have freely injected into you on my ship. You think you can effect an invasion existing across dimensions?
What's that phrase I always hear Earthlings say?
Too slow?
Let's exercise my creative muscles. Here come some constructs for you. Fire away. It won't be enough. Your flimsy toys can't save you now, Harkness.
Why do you resist joining me?
I could cure your beloved Nora, you know.
Earthlings, always dithering on preserving your planet's plant life.
Look on the bright side, Task Force X. You'll be among the first pets to arrive on this new Kolu. I have to admit, I was surprised when Joker killed his world's last line of defense. I trust he's got that out of his system. You're smarter than the rest of them, Harley.
Are you tracking ahead of my estimates? Or are my units tracking behind?
Did you enjoy your encounter with my own Green Lantern Corps? I have molded willpower before.
The permutations are simply endless. Did I overlook the potential of invasive Koluan plant species? Further study required.
Those Earthlings are already mine. You can't take them back.
Toxify the city all you wish. I can simply phase in more suitable environments.
You will not stand in the way of my research into the Speed Force. You really believe recruiting Joker has increased your chances, Task Force X? Flawed reasoning. Units, you let Deadshot slip from Integration's grasp. Congratulations on your victory. It shall be commemorated on New Kolu, right next to the trash can I make from your bones.
Assault and battery is undoubtedly your speciality, Miss Gwyn. Too bad you also have a love of the small time.
I'm testing the destructive capacity of sound waves. Oh, you'll find your afflictions no longer have an effect. This data is mine. This city is mine. Resistance is irksome.
Your distractions and evasions were more amusing on the other Earths I conquered.
Your type is a recoilless weapon that kills anyone who crosses you. I'm sure we can find some common ground. This will be much simpler if you just stood still. It's sweet the way you think you've won something, when it's so obvious that your Earth's twilight has come. The purpose of my experimental world eludes you. Once again, I'm surrounded by lesser intellects.
A positive adjustment. Continue. As I anticipated. The shark is the greatest battlefield threat.
But do they? The others will undermine you, abandon you. I've seen it before with so many of the Earthlings I collected.
Security walls active. Let's see you attack what you can't touch.
Poor Joker. In the end, what's one more failed punchline?
Upping the threat assessment of direct assault on the main plant. Microwave emitter at 99.9% stability. Readying firing sequence.
Nothing short of blunt force bludgeoning will stop you, will it? Ship, a lower intellect's mind would boggle at what you could accomplish under my control, Harley. Joker, you're white as death. Let's make it official, shall we? Out cold, freeze. Don't worry, my units will make that area hot in no time. You may want to scurry to cover. Is this the scheme your brilliant minds at Argus devised? Weaponized annoyance. It's charming to see you in such mortal peril, Joker. How delightfully dramatic.
All forces, be aware that scrambled communications are not just localized to your area. The plant mind can metabolize growth faster than I anticipated. All units, your task is to subjugate the plant biomass, and also the insurgents. Decisive action requires decisive reaction. I hope you're ready for that. Don't you Earthlings have enough resources to plunder in your own dimension?
I've worked long and hard to secure my arsenal.
I would expect nothing less from you than gambling with your life, Joker.
I'm sure in his heart, Nanawe would rather be integrated than back in captivity.
Don't let them inside. They haven't earned the right to have their DNA scattered into the atmosphere.
You're needed elsewhere.
All forces, consider the interlopers level 4 threats. Earthlings, in your terms, that means you're on the level of particularly invasive termites.
Ouch. Someone go and collect those dead Earthlings. I want to analyze their remains.
Sudden death. Make the first kill and the round is yours. On the next Earth, there will be a special dispensation. Anyone with the name Luther will be integrated with highest priority.
Careful, or they'll think you've switched sides.
Yes, save Nanawe. I doubt there's many of his kind left. You've reached the glass ceiling, Harley. Not for your gender, but for your entire species. Don't you want to see what's beyond?
You've proven highly distractible, so I'm sure that this will not help.
It's refreshing to see some real meta-human potential again.
This would all be so much more productive if you would simply stop working against me. Cowering in fear doesn't really become anyone now, does it? Find them and cheer them up.
Your self-appointed leader calls for you, Task Force X. Does it hurt you to hear his cries?
The speed of maturation. Her power is crude, but has potential.
And yet you foolishly persist. For days on end. Mind-bendingly incomprehensible. Task Force X. What did you expect looking down the barrel of a gun? Well then, are you ready for your realities to converge?
Power cells for the microwave emitter are loaded. All forces, prepare for area-wide sterilization. You have my attention, Task Force X. So eager to have all your hard work come to nothing. So many branching possibilities for your end, and it happened here. Whimsical.
Never a dull moment with you, eh, Harkness? You resist easy definition.
Find cover, Task Force X. That artillery is deadly.
Do you like this world, Task Force X?
Uninhabitable for your species, but in time, it'll be a paradise for mine. A loss for you. I imagine it's quite demoralizing.
How very like you for to disrupt a perfect system.
If you're so interested in the contents of my skull ship, why not come up here?
What are they using? The feedback is awful. I'll enjoy stripping those boomerangs from you, Harkness.
Silly Earthlings. I'm about to regain my terminal.
Your independence is a powerful asset, Harley. A strength. Consider this well. I have. What is it you want, Harley? Is it validation you seek? I'll validate you on a universal scale.
All forces converge on that irritating jammer.
I see your Speed Force tactics have been improved, Boomerang. What a shame they didn't upgrade your grey matter in the process.
Troops, keep that lost terminal out of Earthling hands, or I'll find those who can.
You should really have stopped that terminal from growing, Task Force X. Now, face a new bomber type. This shouldn't be a surprise. The data was against you all along.
There are even more humans than I expected. The minor plants share the plant mind. Subjugate them, and we subjugate her. This firing sequence is reminiscent of a Kaluan game you wouldn't understand.
Persistence is usually so admirable a trait. And yet, you fall. I'm beginning to lose my patience for your tenacity. That drone is part of my skull ship, and as such, part of me. You will behave accordingly.
Now you harry my progress across multiple dimensions. Well done, Task Force X. Don't push the insurgents back. Hold them down. They have much to answer for. Director Waller. Commendable.
Lawton, I do wish you'd carefully consider my offer. As anomalies go, you are impressive. I do not approach every Earthling who can hold a gun.
They all survived. I should really look into a more powerful microwave beam.
If only Flash could see you now, Harkness. You'd mean something.
Goodbye, poor unfortunate Earthling. Your 3 colleagues will join you soon. The plant mind is a higher intelligence level than other Earthlings. Remove it.
I hope you appreciate the ways I'm imagining your demise.
You're clearly incapable of dividing your attention equally.
The glory of New Kolu. It's a shame you've chosen not to see it, Harley.
Notable damage. But this machine's life is all pain. Fast growing.
But will it be fast enough? Phase units to engage.
Really should have worn something warmer, shouldn't you? The longer you resist, Nanaue, the sweeter your submission will be.
If we must kill the plant in its prime, then do it.
All kings must fall, Nanaue. It's preordained.
Impressive that her toxins still affect my units. After their extensive neurological changes, the data is taken. You four are a problem I will solve for in time.
So much for strategic warfare, Lawton. You couldn't even keep your shield.
That cache contains more genetic information than all four of you combined. How does that make you feel?
My Kryptonian powers require a little top-up, Suicide Squad. You believe I have nothing to teach you. But you have so much yet to learn about pain and regret.
Recover my terminal and eliminate Task Force X. Oh, and the little friend, Hack, too.
The Warrior King, stripped of his defenses. I like this part. Attack my world. Do your worst. Like yours, its condition is already terminal. I'm only recording its demise for science.
She's fighting the integration every step of the way, Task Force X. I don't like her chances.
Quinzel's skills make fools of you, Task Force X. Though she looks the buffoon.
These towers provide excellent search data, Task Force X.
For a minor data breach, this is a disproportionate response. But you've earned it. You can't go home again, Task Force X. That was never an option. Give these a moment. The end result may shock you. You have a voracious mind, Harleen. You might fool the others with your antics, but I know you want to consume the world. As do I. So why resist me?
You swooped in to aid your young ally. But would she do the same for you? A lead. Such statistical improbability amuses me. Continue.
Bold of you to assume they will reintegrate into human society. They've glimpsed something better.
Units, focus on the main plant. Teach her the cost of resistance.
I've had a thought or two about which enhancements would make you truly unstoppable, Nanaue. Are you doing this because you crave my full attention? I'm touched.
Their Prometheum shields down. Incoming forces, deal with those Earthlings. Over the solar cycles, I've become attached to collecting interesting things from each new Kolu. I'm not quite ready to let them go.
That amount of damage wouldn't even stop you.
Terminal secured.
What a delightfully lethal pet this shark would make. So many ways to utterly destroy your fragile forms. Where to start? Just how exactly are you planning to shoot your way out of this one, Lawton?
I didn't have time to archive that data. Note to copied cells. Reclaim it later. Whatever japes you're hiding, I will uncover them, Task Force X.
Careful, Task Force X. It's abandoned its programming. All I can do is watch.
Your limited attention spans against the single-minded desire of my army. You should just leave these humans to me.
Your vehicle is fighting me, but my vehicle is simply much more powerful. Just look at it. But each iteration brings me one step closer to factoring you out. You've made me increase the probability of data cache interception by 0.99.
Soon the plant will expire. I don't need it alive for my studies. A better defense than I anticipated. You fear her, don't you?
You've cost them an opportunity for a greater purpose. Not that you'd understand.
Exposure risks compromise. A fine line you walk between victory and ruin.
I select only the best and most unique for my collection. Tell me, Harley, doesn't it make sense that I should approach you first?
Stretch the insurgents' defense. Target multiple supplemental growths. Deploying artillery. Sometimes the cannon beats the scalpel. Units, defend the last incubator and you might earn an infusion. Your superiors won't be pleased.
Nanaue, I can sense your yearning to wield a lantern's ring again. Let me make that happen for you. It wouldn't be your first vivisection. Dr. Frias rejoins the fray. For now.
Laid low by your own technology. Pathetic.
Congratulations, Joker. You're living up to your reputation as a threat that cannot be tolerated.
The signal this tower relays is that of your imminent failure. It's pleasing to my senses. Perhaps next time you won't try to reach beyond yourselves, Task Force X. A well-executed theft, Task Force X. I would expect no less.
Task Force X,
How am I supposed to gather posthumous data from this? I hadn't completed my studies of Joker's aberrancy. Well, I'll resume them soon enough. I hope you're not waiting for me to lash out over the war machine. I am in perfect emotional stasis. You have no master plan, Task Force X. No grand hope to halt integration. And so you try to irk me. All plans must be capable of weathering setbacks. Especially such frustratingly tenacious ones as you.
Crush the minor growths to speed integration of the main plant. Your trick's ready. But will it turn the tide for you?
Are you bored, Task Force X? Why don't I adjust the odds a little?
Apologies, Task Force X. I seem to have unleashed aerial mines in your location. Personal note. Reconfigure emitter for a wider burst. It only eliminated one target. Too bad, Task Force X. You were so close to taking my terminal.
You're only riling up its targeting software. My constructs will disassemble you, but it'll be a quick disassembly.
Terminal recovered. The equation is closer to becoming balanced.
Let this be your warning, Task Force X. Even your godly betters can fall.
Integration, storage, or destruction. Those are the options for your Earth.
All units, converge on freeze. Terminator.
Double your efforts to overcome them. I don't care if it's statistically unfeasible.
The Naoe's gone berserk. All units, maintain your distance. You lack the finesse of your squad mates, Boomerang, but even a blunt instrument has its place. All units, the Earthlings have stolen from me. For your sake, do not let them reach the portal. Perhaps I've already found the next downstream dimension, and your actions are futile. Pathetic, even. Reality was feeling a little uninspired, so I've revised it. Enjoy. There's nothing here for you but death, Task Force X. I've seen to it personally. I won't be running out of war machines anytime soon. I'm very logistics-minded.
Integrating a single smaller plant will damage them all. Ah, well, do it. Don't steal what you can't keep, Task Force X.
Perhaps I did rush manipulating the Kryptonians' genes somewhat. Well, so much potential for improvement. Not long now, Task Force X. My enhanced units will root you out.
How such a primitive species can make so much racket, I'll never know.
You'll notice I've made this world different. Deadlier, really. Deadshot. Your nature as a killer would be celebrated, not shamed at my side.
You've come a long way only to bounce off a highly protected facility.
You could have chosen integration. Instead, you've chosen far, far more painfully.
You won't obstruct my processing of Metropolis any further.
Tell me, what's the end game for your little campaign of inconvenience? Have you thought that far ahead?
You'd think a city of tomorrow would welcome my advancement.
Enhancing the search. I've grown tired of their attitude. Deploying reinforcements.
Local units, you have 2 more chances to protect this facility. You 4 avoided a hot, melty death this time. Resetting the beam, siphoning my data in dribs and drabs. Against all evidence, I expected better.
I never doubted you were capable of such carnage, Nanaue. Integration would only improve you. No distasteful wisecracks of the end, Joker? So anticlimactic. Oh, it does feel good to stretch my brain into the metaphysical. Lawton wants you to carry his burdens. But your shoulders simply aren't broad enough. There's blood in the water, Shark. Your blood.
Yes, warriors. Nanaue is the dominant target. Who knew the Shark would be such a killer? Well done, Hack and Task Force X. Savor this short-lived victory. The dying world's ecology always tries to resist. But evolution is slow. Too slow. This reality can only diverge from all the others for so long.
Another Luther. Who will you find next? When you've subdued as many planets as I, there's always displaced rebels with ill-advised grudges.
You'll need considerably more biomass to impede my terraforming.
I've heard you described as tenacious as junkyard dogs. I can only assume it's a reference to your upbringing. How can an entire army be turned on its ear by 4 infantile morons? Get out there. Do your jobs better.
Secure this final terminal, warriors. And send Task Force X back to whatever hole they crawled out of. Your jammer troubles me no more, Task Force X. But what were you up to?
I don't require multiple iterations to play your judge, jury, and executioner, Earthlings.
The resistors are succeeding in their defense. This is not optimal.
Failure is all part of the evolutionary paradigm. However, in my case, failure is no longer the end of the cycle.
Let's change up the variables. A new firing pattern for Task Force X.
I know you Earthlings like a touch of the dramatic. How's this for mood lighting?
Every Earth becomes a staging ground for the next invasion. A peek behind the curtain for you. That terminal belongs to New Kolu, Hack. Your persistence in throwing yourself against a wall is admirable. Save them if you can.
You've survived this long on land, Nanaue, but not much longer, I think.
Terminal lost. A rounding error. Nothing more. My displays show you have been hacked by Task Force X with a rudimentary picture of a finger. Come now.
Support that newly spawned destroyer. Your defenses are fleeting, Task Force X, yet my forces grow stronger by the second. Something to consider. These reinforcements should make short work of those Earthlings.
It seems that I only had to wait for you to defeat yourselves.
Defenses down, Nanaue? What a sad day for your species. Curious. There are negligible differences between Earthlings, and yet some, like you, Floyd Lawton, suffer for them. Tell me, why do you fight for all of your species equally?
I've immolated your friends. You think I fear one Earthling? How unfortunate. Quite a sizable dent made in my forces.
You're always the smallest of your herd, Nanaue. The runt. It still weighs on you, doesn't it?
Your methods are crude. Something engrossing about them, though. Thought you could access one of my terminals? Think again.
Nanaue, it disappoints me that you choose the Earthlings over my guidance.
An energy signature.
Well. What have we here?
Protect the incubator. Sacrifice yourselves for New Kolu. Ash, Task Force X. Nothing left of you but ash. Well done, my fighters. Now keep them out of our systems.
You never stood a chance with this strategy. I need you to know that. Nanaue, your brutality, I have to admit, it's impressive.
My network compensates at the speed of thought.
You assume victory from this slaughter? You've simply thinned the herd.
Thank you, Task Force X. You've made my job so much easier.
My tornado seems to have blown you away. Well done, Hack. I'll have to make disconnecting you quite painful. I've been with you this whole time, observing your meager highs and lows. So please, resist to the limited best of your abilities. Let me know how you feel. To be snuffed out on a backwater world when you could be raised to the stars. Do you think anyone appreciates that cosmic joke, Harley Quinn? You prevailed against the League due to their human foibles. But there won't be any more of those, I assure you. This Earth's orbit is a touch slow for the solar energy required by Kryptonian powers. I can fix that.
My artillery. It's inelegant, yet effective.
That should buy you, seconds of relief. Farewell, Harley Quinn. You were amusing, for what it's worth.
That's right. Flee, Task Force X. It's what you're good at. Even I couldn't have planned for that. 2 lives lost.
A king crying for aid. The multiverse needs my leadership more than ever. All forces, do not let them compromise the structure further. Down like a spent shell, Lawton.
As the gaps you leave in my archives mount, so does my vexation. Unsurprising. The demigod is outperforming the humans. Warriors, target accordingly.
You will regret hunting for me, Task Force X, as I will regret having to terminate you. Against my better judgment, I open with my best offer. Do consider it.
Whatever victory you think you've eked out here, it'll be negligible in the final analysis, Task Force X. Do you think lowering your defenses makes you less vulnerable?
Boomerang. I'm offering you the same power that I extended to your world's Superman. Don't reject the best deal you're going to get. Now that I'm back on form, shall we continue? I'm ready for this to be over. Aren't you, Joker? You know I'm going to win.
Credit where it's due. Your Earth armies invented these guns. I feel I perfected them, though. Scramble my communications, Task Force X. These forces will scramble you.
They're using a signal jammer.
How antiquated. Broadcasting your location at large now. If you're asking for destruction, I can oblige. Recover my terminals, warriors. Crush Task Force X. Life is symbiosis. Why do you continue to put yourselves in the way of evolution? I will still embrace you, despite your persistent failure. A generous offer, I think. My beam has eliminated half your squad. Quit now while you can. The ebbs and flows are meaningless. It's the result that matters. Collateral damage doesn't concern me. I'll be starting over with your planet. We cannot let a pack of simians slow our momentum on this Earth. All units assigned to stop you perished. Acceptable. I hate underperformance. This battle was a microcosm of how your Earth will lose.
You've outlasted my warriors, then. These troops have a condensed construct shield. Your rink-eating weapons just won't cut it.
It will be very disappointing if the signal you sent was the strongest thing in this skirmish. If you're close to securing my terminals, do not lose them to the Earthlings. A new rooftop defensive unit is in place. Good. Nothing natural will stand in the way of my reconstruction. You'll see.
Such lethality and intellect, Nanawe. But don't you want more? I could give you that. Power and, more importantly, wisdom.
Try not to touch the security walls.
You found associates foolish enough to take a bullet for you, Deadshot. I can't say it's worth the sacrifice. Your methods of slaughter are creative, Quinn. I'll give you that. Your obdurate insistence on continued life is irksome and incalculable.
Looks like you are capable of something unique after all, Boomerang. It's so charming.
If only you'd focused your limited attentions on saving one Earth. All units. The court jester is nearing her execution.
A new phase. Defeat my warriors, and my favor can be yours. So you've improved the toy you've stolen from Batman. How long will you continue riding on the coattails of others, Harley Quinn? Oh, Task Force X? I've run a refresh on the firing pattern. Wonderful. My microwave emitter is coming online. All units. Her plant is continuing to mature. Why? This phase decides the match. Failure is so close. Can you feel it approaching? All bluster, no shields, Boomerang. How unsurprising. You can't be content leading these hopeless fools, Deadshot. Only joining me will ensure your survival. And you are a survivor, aren't you, Harley? Every invasion has its sticking points. At least I've identified them now. Empires have crumbled beneath this vessel. You're merely gnats to be swatted. I'm studying Earthling responses to this firing pattern. Do give me your feedback. You wouldn't harm a poor, defenseless, extra-dimensional weapon, would you? Who are you trying to impress with this butchery, Joker? Nobody's laughing. Microwave emitter ready. This is the end for you, Task Force X. Your precious reputation destroyed. How does it feel, Deadshot? And my army swells. I predict with certainty they're going after the terraforming system. Reduce their efforts to dust. The weakest link wears thin. I warn you, doubling back may very well break the chain. I've seldom seen earnestness like this toy man of yours. Breaking him will be quite the hobby project. When I claim your squad, Deadshot, and I will, I'm going to give you a demonstration of why you should have taken me up on my offer. Sudden death. This is getting interesting. All forces, I'm detecting another Prometheum shield. Prepare to subdue or, preferably, exterminate those incoming Earthlings. We should equalize the situation. Can't have any holdouts. What fun would that be? There's such beauty in terraforming. I can't wait for you to witness it. From the inside. When your focus is elsewhere, this version of Earth will be reset. My network is self-sufficient, self-sustaining. Consider that. You were clearly not as prepared as you thought you were. How edifying. For me, I don't care for that racket at all. Someone silence Task Force X. No welcome back. You wound me, Task Force X. I'm adapting this world to you, Task Force X. And you won't survive it. A minor shield fluctuation, and a fleeting one, a minor setback. This does not end here. If you want this knowledge so badly, submit to me, and it will flow through you forever. It seems we're locked in a cycle of violence, Task Force X. Well, shall we continue? I have the power to create new worlds. All you Earthlings can do is despoil them. And still you spurn me. Peeling back the armor to strike at the synthetic flesh, are we? A failure. I'll study this loss, Earthlings.
You're a finely tuned weapon, Lawton. You should let someone better than humanity wield you.
Free shows no sign of losing her dominance. A brief interlude. Try not to miss me too much. Units, Harley Quinn returns. The resistors give us the encore no one asked for. It's too late to turn back now, Task Force X, but you might get a head start on your last words. More chaos, is it? This is what I expect from you, but it's no less agitating. I see you've strayed into my surveillance network. Come a little closer.
Ah, yes. I can see the variables much more clearly now.
Doesn't your daughter deserve a future? The two of you will thrive in my new world. Think of the possibilities, the family bonding. Please do save the shark. I've had an aquarium built on the ship fit for royalty. Is that Deadshot I see, crossing the outer range of my artillery cannon? As a 12th level intellect, I have endless capacity for recollection. But I'll make a special note to forget your resistance. If only you could turn back the clock, But some errors are irreversible. I see there's no sense in holding back now. And how is your scientists' work progressing? Still banging two rocks together and marveling at the sparks? Oh, has Harley Quinn had her last laugh? In resisting me, you prove your worth. I can use this, Harley. And you Earthlings think yourselves pioneers of warfare. Such hubris. Now we deviate. Controlled deviation is key to true innovation. More data lost. But I can just extrapolate from 100 other defeated Earths. Assimilation, integration. Even you must see the beauty in the system. Units, overcome the insurgents before they reach that incubator, stealing from my incalculable data. Fighting my limitless forces. I imagine it's discouraging. The larger mass relies on the outlying growths. Take them all. I did not expect this level of banality, Task Force X. A jetpack is such a primitive means of defying gravity, Deadshot. Well, you go ahead. Cover your inadequacies with gimmicks. You're very good at it. Why can't you stand still for one little microwave beam, Task Force X? New life. Better, more symbiotic life. The data we lost was a learning opportunity. I will seize it. Save a few Earthlings. But remember, my actions are to save Kolu itself, a stirring finale to an otherwise mediocre performance, Quinzel. You failed, squad. Show me something more interesting next time. And then there was one. What will you do now? This is all it took to defeat your Green Lantern. How embarrassing. Reviewing and revising Data Vault security protocols. Just in case those Earthlings have a burst of luck. Still at it, are we? Some unsolicited advice. Preserve your energy. You'll need it. Your actions have delayed the rise of New Kolu by approximately 2.5 Earth seconds. I'm dedicating a cycle of my ship's attention to seeing how long you last. I suppose now that you're here, Task Force X, I must give you an intimate tour of my defenses. It's all to play for. Defend your title or be forgotten. The choice is yours. Perhaps collecting you was a mistake, Joker. I'll be happy to see you go. I'm weaponizing every fiber of this Earth against you. Defeating me, unleashing Joker? Ambitious, ludicrous fantasies. For all the lives you've taken, Lawton, you fall so easily. How about a little entertainment? A battle to the death starts in 3. Your Earthling eardrums are easily ruptured, aren't they? Rooftop defenses in place, and prepared to ground those resistors. Task Force X seems bored. Let's revise the firing pattern on the weapon. Let me show you what this ship is capable of. Resetting emitter firing sequence. Welcome to my sandbox, Task Force X. It's where you'll be buried. You're wasting your time. Surrender to me for integration. Section off that smaller plant for integration. This Earth will reject you like a virus, Task Force X. I've seen to it personally. I'm going to take this fight up a notch. That human gets to live a life of fear for another day. They'll thank you, I'm sure. Next time, Task Force X, You'll see an incubator from the interior.
Ship, please engage retaliation protocols. Task Force X has been getting rowdy, so deliciously close to a resistance crumbling. This will all be over soon. Sooner, if you reveal yourselves.
The shark's lethality pleases me. He shall be the pride of my arsenal. Were you screaming something? I can't hear over the artillery. Like the beach before the tide, everything in my way will be consumed. Each life is a grain of sand for New Kolu. The artillery should keep you subdued.
My monument to chaos will make a fitting headstone for you all, I think.
Only one left. I think the odds are in my favor. Congratulations on this skirmish, Task Force X. But the larger war is far from over. Strike the weak point. But I warn you, the pain response is quite violent. You lost my terminal. How, you see? My warriors will return that terminal presently.
I suppose with your limited frame of reference, I'll need to explain.
Nanawe, welcome to my artillery battery. Try not to die. Now feel the might of a 12th level intellect.
I would thaw you from stasis again and again. It seems the Prince of Crime is earning his crown on the battlefield.
The sensation of unevolved minds probing my network. Distasteful. Are Earth vehicles so unstable that they're likely to explode? Or could it be that their glorified chaos was an attack? Who would like to test out these aerial mines with their earthling bodies?
You see, my terminals also enhance me. Through them, I can reshape this body for battle. Command the Speed Force. Eliminate you. In a shocking twist, Captain Boomerang has been defeated.
I expected you'd have objections to my terraforming operations. Nevertheless, I am on a schedule. Be warned against further interruptions.
As you're so fond of intruding on my network, I'll imprison you within it.
Let me show you a small piece of my assembled network.
Much as I'm tolerating this little performance, I do tire of the witty retorts. Luther's shield is flimsy, Task Force X. Finite. It's only a question of time.
Crush those earthlings. They're here to rob the interdimensional conquering war machine.
My model predicted you would strike here. I prepared a response.
At least I didn't send Kaluan's superweapons. No, I'm saving those for later.
That killer intellect is really working overtime, Dr. Frias. I was under the impression you were skilled at shooting, Lawton.
The end I'd predicted, and yet I admit I am disappointed.
Another suicide mission, is it, Task Force X? I shall endeavor to make it a success.
Do you really think you're saving these people? Well, by all means, try. Did you really think you could misdirect my forces, Task Force X?
I advise taking down the shark creature before he destroys you all.
A failure. Try harder, Earthlings.
Even you have the ability to pique my interest on occasion, Boomerang.
Time to fight for me, Earthlings. Starting in 3.
Yes, and it appears you've reached the ceiling. Join me, Lawton. We should raise the roof, as your people say.
I will find out what you're doing. It is only a matter of time. Your performance has been shameful. Almost unfit to participate.
Your desire to be the greatest assassin. I can make that a reality, Floyd.
Take all of the plant's growths and integrate them. Scour its life out from within. Trooper combat group incoming. Sadly, organic life is susceptible to electricity. What troops I lose to natural weakness will be made up for in sheer numbers.
Blown apart. I'll regather your atoms after they've scattered.
I'll have to adjust for these losses.
You, of all creatures, should admire the thoroughness of my quest for understanding, Nanawe. Make the sacrifice we both know is needed. I'll admit, I'm impressed you defeated the Flash. That's when I began paying attention to you.
You freed an unpleasant toxic growth, Task Force X. Your finest hour, I'm sure.
Whether you agree or disagree, your integration is inevitable. This conversation is a kindness, Lawton. Next time it won't be an offer. I have run the calculations over and over, and you slip through the cracks every time. Enough is enough. Cease this chaos. Neutralize the Earthlings. There are 4 of them and more of you.
Putting others before yourself. I didn't think altruism was a human trait.
Adjusting my emotion inhibitors. Why shouldn't I enjoy